All right, sorry guys, we are mostly here, I think, and we are leveling more. We're a bit sick today though, suddenly, so if that sounds different, hopefully I can deal with that tomorrow. DG, I think with the 6 month, the 2-year resub. Wait, 6 months in advance on your 2-year resub. What the fuck? Thank you very much, buddy. Mondays when they release I guess for everyone else, but also I guess you can farm Onagate and Heroics on Monday, so like I guess you want to try and shift your focus a little bit, but there's no rush, right? There's so much time. There's so much time. Do you want to do a dungeon or two, Aaron? We hit off? Yeah. I think you're on my server already. I invited you. "24-hour streams are not rough when you're doing them, but the day after you actually they hit pretty hard sometimes. I've actually been awake for like an hour and a half. It just takes actually longer than that, I think. It just takes a long time to feel normal-ish. I actually don't feel very normal at all, but more not bad. So I'm playing what I think is an AoE build for this leveling. Still not perfect though. I guess for this build as well, I don't need Ross and PvE. Let's throw them to 8%. 8% down. Are there any other PvE things? Keep up. That's the tree branch. But you don't know them, you said? Oh, they're easy. They're the like I can literally right now. I can look at these mobs over here. You don't necessarily need a tank. Pardon? I can one tap the elite mobs too, man. That's what I'm saying. Like that's an elite over there. Look, I killed it in like 1 second. Button? What was that, honestly? Does trick shots apply to I mean, I don't light ammo instead. What? A raid with spiders? My axe now? You think? I don't remember any raids with spiders. You talking about violence? Oh, yeah. You're thinking of that's super unmemorable. Maybe. I mean, so the thing is, a lot of the spider shit is like that. People expect spiders, man. Yeah. So it looks like the boss from Legion. Yeah, it was Legion. It was what was the first raid in Legion? It was the first raid in Legion. Yeah. Oh, that was on Xavier's. The fuck, a bird boss? That wasn't with Xavier's then. Was it? It wasn't a bird boss with Xavier's. Well, that's not the same raid though, I don't think. I don't think that was a... I'm gonna look, I guess. Nothing better to do, but... Legion? Emerald Nightmare? I don't see any bosses in there. I see a spider boss in there. Wait, no, she has a spider. It is a spider. It's a spider form boss. It can turn into a bird or a spider. Yeah, it was that boss. But that boss is super unmemorable because you one-shot it. It's like a joke on Heroic. Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I just the boss is super memorable. I don't love the way I AoE. Too few, but does more damage. What's up? Chuck on host, buddy. How did Chuck's leveling go, chat? How far did he get? Sorry, we sound like we're a tiny bit sick, and we're a little bit on the tired side. Get us the one done? That's sick. 3 healers. That's a bit of pain, to be honest. I feel like you don't have agency when you do that. I'm surprised you didn't level as what's up? Oh, it's easy to level in this expansion 100%, but still, as a healer, you're at the mercy of your DPS. Oh yeah, as quest you Aaron went faster than my fully geared character, which is a bit awkward, but questing is in general unfortunately a bit slow. I really thought they would change that. They didn't change it, did they, chat? Like I really expected them to buff quest XP. We did do 2040 our 4th character, and the 24-hour stream wasn't bad at all, but the being sick afterwards was. Like I've been up for an hour and a half, and we're struggling a teeny bit still. So we just leave and we just re-queue. Don't queue with them again, because you get less damage and stuff. Basically, by queuing again with them, you lose 15% damage and healing and health. It just means you're more OP. This is Horde. Am I Sentinel or die? I think I'm Sentinel. I think I'm Sentinel. I actually love, I will say this though, and you guys probably are all kind of seeing the same thing, right? Hera talents are fun to level with. Like every level you're actually happy because you get something interesting. Which is really, really nice. Like you're always, like every level, like the next level is, I guess I have a choice between a couple things, but they're all pretty good. I think, I mean, that's still a good level, but the one afterwards is the one that's really good, right? This is where it executes and like implodes all its stacks. Yeah, I'd rather do mid. No, not that one. Oh, it's this one. This one goes the third. This tree over here. But I feel like 5% rapid fire damage is kind of nice. But this is definitely the main thing. I guess I can just respec at level 73. Well, the world first people have done 17 characters in one day. I guess if you run this and you're just like running with like, you know, with 5 insane people, you can go real fucking quick. They probably also do the trick where you have like a level 70 carry you basically. That's kind of the meta, I think, is you have level 70s can literally just, like certain classes of level 70 are so powerful that they can just cleave everything down in 1 second. They basically don't need to be healed. The mobs don't hurt them at all. And they do really ridiculous damage. Warriors? I don't think it's just warriors. Like DH felt disgusting for me. I imagine it's disgusting. I imagine I could see Frosty K just AoEing an entire fucking dungeon down too. In 1 second. Yeah, Monk 2. Yeah, there's any class that has like uncapped AoE that just runs around cleaving everything. Right. I mean, that's how it always goes. The reason why they do that, just AFK, is because they want to make sure that that people with way less gear, you can, like, you know, the gear difference right now, you may have a character that comes in with full, you know, green gear effectively, like you can be like 350 or something, right? And they have to have the dungeons be doable for that, but obviously the dungeons have to also be doable for people in full gear that are doing a lot more. You get full gear is like 530, so you have to have the dungeons that allow you to do it with potentially an additional 130 eye levels or something. So it's difficult for them to balance in a perfect way. But that's why level 70s can basically solve the dungeons, because they just made it easy for everyone. I don't hate it. I just am surprised it gives so much XP. Genuinely, I would have thought that they would incentivize other types of gameplay. But at this point, the truth is, people are so far through their world first. Like, it probably actually does fuck up the race quite a bit for people that didn't go crazy hard. And you see people that have like 20 characters, and you're like, what do you do about that? I mean, they may change it before wide release. But just give people in the guilds. Well, the majority of people aren't playing right now, in my opinion. I would say a very small. I don't personally believe that Blizzard. I mean, people will lose their minds either way. The question is, like, will they lose money by having less for people to do when people finish gearing their characters faster, or like finish leveling their characters faster? That's the question, right? This one doesn't feel as fun to cleave with, honestly. I feel like I'm not able to do the kind of damage I want to. I mean, just level it all, man. What else you got? It's great, right? Like I've got a feral level for some reason. Not sure how that happened. The heroic dungeons aren't available to be queued until Monday. They're not enabling people to start doing the gearing. Early access gives you leveling. and then they're allowing you to do gearing for both. You can, but that's not really the gearing that you're after. Heroic's obviously a lot better. What's up? To do normals? I mean, I don't think heroics will be hard. I think I just didn't want people to start gearing up. With like they wanted to people like they didn't want to give everyone on access to everything, which I think makes sense. You can't start your respective grinds, but you can do your leveling. I mean, at this pace, by the time the actual game comes out, we're not even leveling anymore. Although I will be. I've got two. I'll have my other character, my other account to level. Did Chuck get early access on both his accounts or just one? Like, how's Chuck approaching it? Yeah, on both. Okay, gotcha. So he's gonna be done with leveling entirely by the time early access is over. I will not be. I'll still be doing it. Yeah, that's insane. It's nice though. I'm playing with so I've got four done. So I have on this character. This character's kind of shit, like Ged and stuff, but it is getting a nice little 20% buff. And I'm gonna do a Death Knight, a Ged Death Knight after this, and the Ged Death Knight will have a 25% buff, while also obviously being more comfortable with it. So that'll be nice. That should be really quick. Make sure you leave. Surprise Shark didn't does multi-box. You actually can carry people through. Like he could literally just queue dungeons on 2 characters and get both done at the same time. You 100% could do that super easily. I guess you can. I don't know if I should do that at some point. I mean, I don't know what the fastest way is. Dungeon leveling for me was about 3 times as fast as questing. For reference, this level has been 7 minutes and I am 76% of the way through. I'm getting 950,000 XP per hour. And I'm on a class that really can't do much. This character is not great for what we're doing. Like I'm 453 hour level. Like I'm terribly under-geared. This is called Luxthos XP bars, I think it is. If you search for it on Google, it'll pop up. Why don't you requeue with the same group? So the reason you want to leave is that when we get into a group in a second, you're gonna see you get a buff called Luck of the Draw, and it's based on how many people you get as random people. It's up to 3. So 5% per person you pug, up to 3. And once you requeue, you lose that buff. So if you requeue, you just lose 15% damage, 15% healing, 15% health. Luxthos, I think. But yeah, you basically you do more damage if you queue with new people each time. Yeah, it's a weak horror, sorry. Thank you, Lord.
So here we are. High Speaker Irish. Or is it just Irish now?
Right, Beanit is just constantly connecting and disconnecting. Every time it happens, my computer lags. It's good, Dev. I'm feeling a bit sick. I don't feel particularly refreshed yet after yesterday, but we're gonna be here for another 12 hours and get a bunch of characters leveled. I like the new expansion in general. I'm actually really enjoying it. The highlight for me so far has not been the quick leveling actually at all. I don't actually care how fast we level characters because personally I think I could probably level. I think it changes the scope of how many characters I level. Like last time it was about 10 hours per character, 8 to 10 hours per character, and I leveled maybe 6 and I was happy with that. And this time with it being 4 hours per character, I'll probably level like 10 or 12 and just be done for the entire expansion. I don't think I'll play 10 or 12 characters, but the quick leveling doesn't really matter. The part that I really liked First of all, I love the way hero talents play out. The way it feels leveling up feels really enjoyable. And secondly, I really like the story so far. I think I'm not necessarily like making a comment on the zones as much as I'm on the actual story. Feels more WoW-like. Like the thing they sold you on, or were trying to sell you on, was the idea that it was like return to WoW, right? Return to, and the thing is, under the hood, WoW has been run by different people for the last since Legion, since before Legion, I think, actually. So there was a Chris Metzen kind of made the Warcraft franchise. Like, it was kind of his creation, right? Not that it's super unique or anything, but it was his creation. Like the characters and stuff, he made them. A lot of the lore under the hood is his work. And since 2016 or so, it's been different people that have been running it. So it's the return to his way of doing things, and it's actually noticeable. I didn't think I would notice. I thought it was just marketing. But if you actually play through the story, there is most definitely a different style of storytelling, and it does feel more authentic to what you expect of the original games. Thing is, if classic has taught us one thing, it's that players genuinely like WoW. The old expansions and stuff, people still love that shit, and people still appreciate the stories of it and all that kind of thing. Like, people like that. It's really, really important if you want to get new players into the game that people can actually get into the way the story is being told. And I think there are a few things about that specific quest line that I can about the campaign that you can really easily differentiate between Dragonflight, Shadowlands, BFA, in my opinion. What pop-up stuff? No, I don't think you can. I just click it off instantly. That's kind of annoying. You probably can move it. You can edit mode it. Don't think you can turn it off because you have to edit it, I think. Thank you, Bill, buddy. I mean, I'm not sure. You should do the campaign. I thought about it. That was a question that I got asked a bit over the night, and my thought on the campaign is you're going to want to do world quests, and you're not going to have world quests unlocked if you don't, but I also don't think you're eligible for the XP bonus. So if you level, like, I don't know how many characters you plan to level over the course of the expansion, but I don't think you get the stacking XP bonus, and I don't think you get, I mean, you definitely get access to world quests. And the issue with that is that I think eventually the because of the stacking XP bonus and stuff, the like time you spent doing the campaign is free. Yeah, maybe you can't get sparks either, because that actually is normally tied to. So I would also, the campaign's done pretty well. It isn't that painful. It was the highlight. The highlight of my expansion so far has been the campaign. I would say do it. There's nothing, you're not missing out on anything at max level right now. This story is copied from lore-books? Is it? You're saying that there's already a book that tells you what's happening in this expansion entirely? I was under the impression that people like Christie Golden just actually, and I'm not saying they did a bad job with it or anything, but they wrote the books that they then sold, right? Oh, I'm on fire, man. I don't know. I lagged for no, it was going a bit wrong, but I think it's release. So I have not tried survival, but yeah, I think normally the books are written after the fact, or like right before, to give like context to certain aspects. But yeah, it's interesting. Chris Metzen literally made the yeah, I mean, yes, basically he literally made Warcraft 1. He was the person that, like, back in the 90s or whenever it was, I think it was early 90s, literally architected the whole thing. So like the whole story is his, and it's been run by different people for a couple years. He joined after it, so he's Warcraft 2 on. Anyway, he's the Warcraft, maybe it's Warcraft 2 and StarCraft that he did. I'm not sure who the original person was before that, but anyway, he's been with the most of your favorite versions of the game. Very good chance, at least from a story standpoint, that he was the person behind, like the main person behind it. I mean, I don't know if I've played Warcraft 1, to be honest, so I have no idea. I don't think I have. I don't expect that games had much lore back then. I definitely played Warcraft 3 a little bit, and I definitely that was where a lot of the WoW lore comes from, I think. You level in 16 minutes, it says in chat and party. Yeah, leveling's really quick. I'm a minute into this level and I'm 32% of the way through. It's really, really quick if you dungeon level. Yeah, the campaign expansion felt authentic. It felt like WoW. I think Dragonflight, it was imitation crab, you know? It was whatever the fake crab is. And this is the real thing, man. I actually don't know what real crab tastes like, so it's not really a good analogy. I think I've only had fake crab, if I'm being real. But I don't like fake crab, and I know that much. That's all I need to know, right? I don't like seafood at all, to be honest. Dragonflight wasn't bad. It just didn't, in my, so tell me what the plot points were for Dragonflight's story. This is my 5th character that I'm working on right now. Like the leveling experience going through the main campaign in Dragonflight did not feel like there was much like story to it. It was like, was the focus on Farak at that point? I don't think it was. It was kind of on Raszageth, but only kind of. I think most of it was just dragons, and it was mostly focused on the squabbles between your characters. It was mostly focused on your faction, right? It was mostly focused on the good guys and like sorting out their shit. Like the only part of that story that I feel like felt slightly memorable was the Sibelian versus Rathian thing, but that ended up resolving really quickly and also just wasn't a main feature of the expansion at all, right? It was really weird. And then the other part, like there were a ton of little side stories that just didn't get explored in raids and major content at all, right? A lot of the zones just had fluff story that had no relevance to the actual game. Yeah, super, like the stakes of that story in general just didn't make sense. Compare that, and again, I'm sorry if you guys haven't played through it, I'm just gonna spoil a teeny bit, so just like turn off for a sec. But compare that to opener with Khadgar's thing. I'm not gonna say what happened, but you know, Khadgar's thing, that was super different. The expansion, that one of everyone's like favorite city, effectively they destroyed everyone's favorite city. Like if Dalaran was a character, that's one of the biggest ones, right? Because like a lot of in fact, both of the game's biggest expansions, in my opinion, literally took place there. So they established stakes really quick. Then they did something really interesting with storytelling in the first zone, where first global, they introduced a character that you kind of like. The person that introduced you to the game, the tutorial character, is that American guy, right? He's in this dungeon, actually, right? American guy. And then he dies insta. Like they literally kill him off first global. That is not Blizzard like at all, but it's super interesting. Like it was really, I think the way that the expansion started was better than, like, Legion had a lot of random deaths that made no sense, but it just stuns you. Yeah, no, we don't get this mechanic, but we're going a bit slower. Oh, it almost caught me. The tank died. I don't know how. I think we're wiping to this. Are we wiping to this? Yeah, I don't quite know how this... I've never had this boss be such a struggle. No, we're not wiping it. It looks like we're good. The dialogue was cringy? Which do you have any cutscenes in mind that you thought were cringy? I personally didn't find them like cringy relative to other expansions. I mean, obviously not all this lore is going to connect perfectly, right? This it's designed for a wide range of audiences, and also like, yeah, some of us, you know, the story isn't going to be something most people are interested in. A lot of people play WoW for very different reasons at this point, but that's not who the story's for, right? In that case, the story's not really for you, right? I think the story is for an audience that cares, and hopefully a new audience that gets into it. Dragonflight felt like it was imitation WoW to me. It wasn't bad. In fact, the expansion I would rate as one of the best, like in terms of like the systems they added and stuff. The design was excellent. 10 out of 10 design, 2 out of 10 story to me. And the story is important because I feel like a lot of people, when they first get into the game, do care about that. I cared about it to begin with, I guess. Like the like overall setting for it all, I cared about that when I was leveling 1 to 60 or whatever it was. Like you cared about. It wasn't just like I want to go grieve people. I guess that was probably a lot of people's. Honestly, I could see a lot of people just leveling to grieve people. I personally did not. And it was cringy. Anduin, I genuinely hate his character. I feel like the bit where I was doing the Anduin's part of the story, yeah, I agree. I actually liked the new character though. The Arathor lady. I think they did a pretty good job, like with her character right away. Didn't seem over the top. It seemed like very much fit the part. Yeah, no, the systems added in Dragonflight are great, and the talent design and stuff, top, like absolute fucking peak WoW for that. But I just think that a lot of new players don't care about that stuff. And that's why I'm curious to see where this expansion goes and how they evolve the story, because people will actually play for that type of thing if it's good. Most single player games and stuff that people play, a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them are played for some element of story, some element of like seeing what happens. It's kind of like its own movie, right? Yes. Yep. No, that's how I feel as well. That's exactly how I feel. The story matters. We're like it sucks to like have, well, you just basically the way you've explained it for the last 4 or 5 years is like, this is just cringe and you just push it to the side. But it actually matters to me, at least. It's nice that this is a story that can be proud of so far. I mean, it hasn't done a whole bunch yet, but I thought there's a lot of interesting stuff about the characters. I mean, I didn't think he would come in and make that much of a difference, but he did, at least to me. That's my favorite part so far, but that's all we can really experience so far too, right? I can also tell you I've experienced the PvP a ton at max level, and I actually really like the way the hero talents play into it. It feels fun to have, and if they like one balance patch. So right now a lot of specs just have one good hero talent that changes things, but hero talents will have a big impact on arena, especially once classes have 2 that are good. So like my guess is the next patch that they do will start tuning up the bad ones. Sorry, hero talents. I'm a bit sick, but these hero talents in arena have a really interesting impact. If you can choose 2 of them, you can really adjust the way that your class plays. A lot of them have like interesting different defensive options and stuff too.
I do not like that it feels darker and colder
Yeah, no, Raiders definitely experience the story more than the PvP is. Like you got a lot of you guys play PvP mostly, and you guys aren't going to care about that sort of thing. But it matters because most people start doing PvE, and being motivated to kill Arthas because you'd seen him in a million other things, I think is interesting. It makes them more special, I think. Yeah, I know that, but again, we have to accept at a certain point that a lot of PvP is start as PvE is. And when it comes to getting new blood to the game, that is like the main hook, and you are invested in that as PvP, is like it or not, right? Because you don't as a PvP, you don't want your community to only get smaller. You want to have like fresh players come in and experience everything, because otherwise the community shrinks and eventually dies, right? So we're invested in new players too, and for new players to come in, I think the story has to have some grit. The effects for PvP probably take longer, but I think they're there. I mean, look at how good players are at lower ratings nowadays. It's crazy. Like if you compare just trust me, people are a lot better at all rating brackets nowadays, and it's great. But it also, a lot of you guys don't get to appreciate how good you are, right? Yep. Oh, that's the other thing. Dungeons tell a lot more of a story now. They did like different mediums of storytelling because of that. Story mode dungeons had a really interesting impact on the way they told the story. I'm not sure if you guys noticed that or not, but because they have follower dungeons, they can now just have a lot of story just take place in dungeons, because you can solo it with followers anyway. So they don't have to worry about content that people don't. A lot of people don't want to do group content, especially new players, because they go into the new content and they get judged for not having keybinds or having the correct spec, or they've got random wrong pieces of Garen and shit. They're using intellect Garen, they're an Agi class or something. Like, you can do follower dungeons and none of that stuff's a problem. You think glad we had this expansion in Dragonflight? So Dragonflight, they had no inflation in the first season, and it was a crucially bad decision on their end, because it meant that Shuffle just pulled further and further ahead. There was just kind of this one point before the Ret Paladin patch where Arena had slid down to the highest team was 2500, 2600, and there was only 50 or 60 Glad teams, and at that point in time Shuffle was hitting 3k, so it was just way you felt more rewarded by playing Shuffles, despite the Glad not being badass. You just felt more rewarded by doing Shuffles. So this time presumably they'll have inflation, which means that you'll at least be able to offset changes in activity. The Glad mount, unfortunately, this time is far less motivational for the Glad mount. I'll show you it. I think I can see it, right? What's it called? This is what season is this? I think the name of it. It was something badass. The name of it was good. Forged. I think Forged is in there already. So there. Oh, it's not there. I thought it was part of your collection on beta. I guess they just did it to show it to let you preview it. That's interesting. I don't plan to play Survival Mentor at all, unfortunately. I don't have it set up or anything. I just want to play Mox. I expect it's better for dungeons though. I just haven't actually. I didn't do any beta testing on it. I enjoyed Mox though on beta. What was the back first? Yeah, Erin's actually on retail. She actually liked the fact that it's fast to level. She might even do some Mythic Plus and stuff. Have you been leveling, Wexo? I did the story already. Yeah, me and Erin did it yesterday. The Nerubian mount. That's the one for Mythic, right? Looks good. Yeah, that's good. What are you doing first? Are you doing? Can I see? I'm probably gonna, rather than ask, you can probably look and see. Maybe not. Oh, you went offline. Well, I guess I can't see. Ellie? Ellie's a good choice. There's one build of that you actually might really like on Moonkin though. So I don't know what the actual specific build is, but Moonkin have a build that makes them like just during Incan one shot, like hit really hard. Two shot, I guess, more than anything. I don't know if it's based on tested or not, but it actually seems pretty fun. It's like you're just kind of like turtle and then you one shot. Yeah, but a lot of the builds don't one shot on like most of the builds that people try don't really have any big hitting numbers. But there is one that has like basically 2 point, like only a few classes can hit for 2 mil. Ironically, both Druid specs can. And that's kind of almost it. The Ellie's great. Ellie's incredibly strong. It's just an insane kit, and your open is pretty fun with Ascend as well, and potentially Lost too. Yeah, this is Erin's second character she's working on. I don't think she'll get super far tonight or anything like that, but it's easy to level. She'll presumably have 2 or 3 characters just because of how straightforward it is going through on your consecutive characters. So like I'm on my 5th and I have a nice little 20% buff to my XP. Yeah. That level, does it say how long it was? 16 minutes and 50 seconds. Pretty quick. Well, on top of that, these groups aren't super efficient. And for the PvE groups that have like full groups of people that are insane, they probably do 2, like 5-minute levels. Probably just do 2 dungeons really quick back to back. Yeah, I might even level Rogue actually. I wasn't planning to, but I actually might just. I want to. The way I see it, I just want to get all my characters leveled. And then like basically I'll do like my other account on when normal release comes out and try and level like warrior the last couple characters. Hopefully I don't have to do a campaign on that account. Does anyone know from beta if it's shared across BNet, like your account progress? I don't know if anyone leveled on beta. I'm a bit worried that isn't the case. Oh wait, for Chuck is it happening? Chuck would know, right? Chuck's already doing it. Was Chuck getting the warband stacking buff across his characters? I'm pretty sure Ryan's doing dungeon leveling, but they're doing it in they're doing it in full groups of 5, right? Or at least some of his stuff is that. They're just doing dungeon leveling, but they're all super geared and they're just doing like, giant pulls and like we're just pugging, so we're not going to be. It's still really fast, but you can imagine if they just pull all the way to a boss, kill the boss, and just zone out while this mob's up still type thing. You could do this really quick if you're really coordinated. But despite that, still very quick. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of mobs at the back. I'll stun them. The boss evade? Why is it 80% health? The boss evaded. No, follow dungeons don't get the. I don't think follow dungeons really give XP. If you they're just kind of for story, I think, and maybe some loot, but they have like severe restrictions on XP. But yeah, there are people on Echo that did. I know that one person in Echo has like 18 characters in one day. Like you can do crazy things. I'll try double true shot reduction. Yeah, you can do exactly. You can do credit. You can do quests and stuff. They're still super useful. The reason why they're crazy, the reason why follow dungeons are insane tech is because if you are a person that doesn't like grouping with people, they can now put like the story inside of the dungeons because you basically are guaranteed to get them completed. They're designed to be impossible to fail in, basically. So they can now just put actual storytelling elements inside the dungeons. And the same is true of raids. I guess they already do that in raids a little bit, but now they actually are going to put like a thing in that lets you solo the last boss to kind of see the story. So those are all like really important things because it makes the game feel like the stakes are higher and stuff compared to having a lot of the story happen in questing, which most players are not interested in doing after the first patch. But you're maintaining a nice little 900k XP per hour. It's going okay. What's getting off this? Yeah, now I thought they would nerf it first global today, and they didn't. So I think the problem is that it's had too big of an impact in the world first race. Like people are gonna have such like the world first. I'm really curious. So one of the changes they made, right? There's two changes here that are compounding. They put heroic week back in, right? Which means that the stakes are super low that first week of raiding. So like, you know, the first week of the season release, they're only doing heroics, but they also made leveling way easier. And what that means, with an entire week of heroic spam, they're gonna do the most. Like you are gonna see the most disgusting number of characters doing raids. Like, you know, before they had like 6 ults, they're gonna have like 12 now. They have an entire week of spamming heroic. They're gonna literally go in with their best RNG'd character every time. It's gonna be like the most absurd, ridiculous grind. Like the race has already started effectively in that respect. But because of the heroic week, the level of like, it's gonna seem they're gonna do, instead of doing 6 splits, they're gonna do 12 or like 14 or something like that. It's going to be an entirely different level. But yeah, I would expect to see just like the most ridiculous thing with that. This is the original vanilla High Wallet. I have it from BG's as well, but not on this character. This is a rough pull this guy's doing, but hopefully it works out for him. But yeah, the reason I can't really change it now, to as what I was saying before, I think the reason I have trouble is that because people did so many level characters that first day, I think a lot of guilds will take part in big splits this time. At least within their own guilds, right? You can just do a lot of splits within your own guilds. If you're a player that is just in like a, let's say you're not top 10 but you're top 30 or something in the world, you could everyone could level 5 characters each with the current pace, right? And just do 5 heroics and take your best get character to mythic. So the amount of content that a lot of players will have in that first week is going to be different. That first week is going to be super interesting, and the second week is going to be a sprint. Like the actual raid race this time is different. Before they had to distribute the time between Mythic Plus, heroic splits, and the Mythic raid all in the same week. They didn't have a heroic week, but now it's going to be everyone is just going to sprint right away to the bosses, I expect. Hunter felt good, yeah. Very fun. PvP season, I don't think it starts for 2 weeks. We got a while of this. That's why people asking about campaign and stuff. Just enjoy the expansion. There's nothing you have to do right now. You don't have to be playing right now. Like if you didn't pay the extra money for early access, you're not missing out on anything. The difference is, I mean, on Monday I'm gonna keep leveling. Probably when formal release happens, I will probably keep leveling and just level my other account stuff that doesn't have, it has War with Them, it doesn't have early access or doesn't have the Epic Edition. So I'll probably keep leveling with that, a couple characters, and then you start doing your honor farm, and then maybe a little supplement with some heroics or something, right? You can do heroics at that point too, but wait for the web from Larry Winter. When you finish your campaign, it will say campaign complete. It literally has a big thing. So the campaign finishes in, the campaign concludes in Ashkahet, and then it sends you back. You take a portal back to where we are here, Isle of Dawn, and you go and talk to someone over here, and it says campaign complete, and it unlocks world quests. So if you have world quests, your campaign is complete. If you don't have world quests, your campaign is not complete. That's really the easiest way to know. Because yeah, a giant thing. Did it send you back to Isle of Dawn and you talk to someone? I mean, I don't think I have a thing that says wait for word from anyone on that character. Oh, I can double check. I just saw a giant pop-up that said, you know, campaign complete, and it said world quest unlocked, and I'm like, okay, I'm done, and I logged off the character as soon as it happened. Warrior's good and within, yeah. Lots of specs are good. The balance patches that come in will be super interesting too. Just unlock it on your ult. Once you get, well, if you have world quest, you're already good, right? I don't think, I mean, for PvE players, they will continue to push their campaigns, is my guess, but yeah, no, I'm kind of in the same position. I think I would continue it. I mean, especially while there's no PvP going on. And the fact that you get the benefit on all your characters with just one completion definitely adds to it too. We have a mage doing a ton of damage, and like the people is, this is a much better group. There's a big difference, right? Like at my eye level's 450. There are people that are 50 eye levels lower than me, and you randomly get groups that are like that. But yeah, these dungeons can be solo one shot by a single level 70. This mage is level 70, so he's god tier. It's one of those weird things where like if you get a group of level 79s, you're sad because they're just weaker. Yeah, I mean that makes sense, right? There's actually a lot of story attached to that stuff too. They reference it in cinematics and stuff too, like inside the dungeons and stuff. Like there's just things that happen that you have no idea what's going on unless you do all the quests. They just have one campaign, but there's little side campaigns that all tie in. It's actually funny that Remix gives you a higher eye level than I had. They actually gave people who did Remix good gear, like goodish gear anyway. PvP gear was like 450. No, Aaron, that's my wife playing the druid. Ooh, bow. Oh, it's a 200 DPS upgrade. We kind of love to see that. It's not actually that good of an eye level yet, but there's a bunch of max level dungeons. For leveling, there's only one in each zone, I think. A bunch unlock at max level. I think there's probably one in each zone, so it's probably like four or five dungeons, and then there's 4 or 5, or there's 8 total, and some number of them are max level only. Okay, so it basically unlocks one or more. Okay, so there's only 4 dungeons. We've done them all so far in this. Yeah, this group's a bit strong. Maybe send a requeue. No, the mage's gone. Nah, mage is out of here. Mage is out of here. He was the one who won to the boss. He did 2.3 mil in 1 second. He's level 70. Yeah. My XP per hour is still going up. I'm at 978k now. That was like a 6-minute dungeon or 7-minute dungeon. In 1 hour, I have done 4 levels. You can, yeah. If you're a Gad level 7, you can just boost 100%. How's Erin doing? She's doing good. A rare situation where Erin's not unhappy about playing Rito. Pretty painless way to level, to be honest. That I don't know. Maybe Chuck knows. I'll ask him. Yeah, that's I'm curious with that. I'm hoping it does share because it'll make it really fast because we'll get to have the 25% bonus and have the campaign complete. I do think I will do the campaign on one character though, as well. I think that sounds fun to continue it and do renown on one character. The benefit is just so nice, right? Oh, this guy's doing some shit. This guy is just going for it, man. He doesn't give a fuck. Yep, I'm dying on the way. Oh shit, I don't know. Bro, he's not even trying to fight. What is he trying to do? I thought he was doing some sort of crazy strat, but I think he is just griefing. I think he is. Yeah, he actually just ran up here and then left the dungeon. That's a first. Yeah, I thought he had some sort of crazy strat in mind, and I was like really impressed for a second. I'm like, man, he's gonna go for something, and then he just kept running. He just kept running fast and left. I mean, it doesn't really waste that much time. I just die and then go to the start and then continue through. But I mean, it wasn't necessarily it was like so close to not griefing. I thought he was gonna just pull the boss with all the trash, and I was about to be like crazy impressed by it. Yeah, I don't know. Well, this is a big pull. Anyway, I mean, I bet if you look at, I don't know. Do you know that DH is super good? What was his name? Shit, that was like, I want to look and see. Like maybe he's just like this insane Mythic Plus gamer, and he's just like, he thought he was with his friends and he wasn't, and he just like pulled and then left. That area was actually a straight griefing, but to be honest, it doesn't come up with anything on Radar AO for him, so I'm thinking he was lost. Oh, he thought he was in a follower dungeon. He might have. So I'm making excuses for him? I'm not making excuses for him, man. I thought it was an interesting strat. I thought I was about to learn something, and I didn't learn anything. You did that shit on purpose? And it doesn't really accomplish anything on purpose. Like even when he did it and like died, it didn't achieve anything because we queued and we were pulling again as normal 1 minute later. So it didn't achieve anything. Dungeons seem, for me, you know, leveling my first character took me like 10, 11 hours kind of thing. Doing all the quests, we were going kind of slow, just enjoying the story. And then after that, dungeons took 4, and they get faster and faster and faster every time you level a character. This has been my slowest character so far because it doesn't have any gear to start with. And also, I just don't think hunters, at least as this spec, are like super good at just crazy AoE. Maybe survival would be better at it. I'm enjoying it a lot, yeah. I love it so far. Ooh, that's nice. Oh, it's on use. So this dungeon here is one that I genuinely have no idea what's going on in it because the campaign doesn't really explain it. Side quests would explain it. Like, I don't know who the Empire are. I guess they're just the different factions within the Arathi.
Beledar is the crucible. It burns away weakness. Its blinding light reveals the strength. We Arathi lack an army of the risen. The Arathi will defeat the Nerubians, conquer Khazalgar, and subjugate the world.
Yeah, he took some he went a little bit too hard here. Well, he's for level 70, right? See, he's level 70, so he's god tier. We actually take damage from stuff at this point. Level 70 is just like, don't take damage. What will you? I'm 75. You're ahead of me. This one's 10 minutes. I feel like it's weird that you said 21 minutes. Mine. It's like 70 and a half, something like that. You still be running this and bars for me, I think. You have a good number of buttons. Extra. Been too much loot so far. They didn't reduce the number of buttons, I don't think, at all. Hunter, they just on hidden bars.
So here we are. High Speaker Irish. Or is it just Irish now? He's fled from the Hall of Awakening into the Stone Vault. He's probably running like a frightened mouse. Wee, sleepy, cowering, timorous beastie.
What does that do, Wixer? No heard of it.
What's this? Is that Golem fused with something else? Titanic earthen technology enhanced with magical augments.
Oh, interesting. That is really useful. Especially for characters like this one where it's got like really no gear. So every piece of gear you loot does that? I'm playing both. I got like 2 or 3 horde and 5 or 6. Well, I'm mostly LA, I guess, right now. Probably.
Either one of these parts should lead us to an access console.
There's plus yellow well grade.
Nearby. You should be able to take a minecart back to central processing.
Well, that sounds really, really useful actually. Especially again for, that's not just for leveling, that sounds good for like just general Mythic Plus and stuff. To play Cat again? I don't think I'll be on there until after ABC season at this point. Probably a retail Andy for the next at least couple months. Depending on how they pace it. Dragonflight was really hectic in terms of like they just always had something going on. Debo, thank you for the Twitch Prime, buddy. Thank you, man. That was very kind of you, man. My UI is not currently, it's something that I have to like look into. I think there are much better PvE UIs for sure, though.
Machine speakers in the Stone Vault. Fanatically loyal, no doubt.
We almost wiped this last time.
Intruders detected. Defense protocols activated. Countermeasures on.
Oh, we're dealing with mechanics this time, 100%.
I'm going to need
Oh no. Does she do different stuff each day or something? Because yesterday it was like sending these giant things at us. You left?
I thought that was the end of the thing.
No. How long is your cooldown? Look at your dungeon cooldown. You'll have a cooldown. Yeah, I've done it before as well. Yeah, no, I've done it before. It's about to be like, oh, this person thought it was, and then I realized it was you, and I'm like, fuck, man. I've done that. It's not. I did it yesterday at least once. Well, actually, exactly once, I think.
This seems like poetic justice, but let's finish this.
System overload. Stabilizing. 30%. Stabilizing. 60%.
So Rand said that the thing does share across same BNet, by the way, so we're good. Your XP bonuses, campaign, all that stuff, warband basically shares across, even though they're not like the same warband. An upgrade? Oh, it is 18 levels. I think renown and everything is shared across warband. Yeah, everything. You just have one character, like basically one character that has all, it shares all its stuff. I think that's the point of this expansion for the most part. Makes leveling ults and stuff really lucrative, and we're an hour and 18 minutes in, by the way. 900, we're still ramping on XP. We can't keep another thing there right now, right? I'd wait for Aaron to be finished. How long's your cooldown? Well, my queue times are long probably without you, but I'll see. I doubt there's much value in as well queue with you. That way you don't get messed around when it is time. I actually will. That's actually a good idea. It's a good idea, Wexo. I'm leveling so many characters, it just makes sense. Every consecutive character you level gives you a buff. Is it just already working right away? Okay. Well, it's on.
Kiss me like citrus and fire, burning so sweetly. Too shy to call you alive when you said you need me. In a week from now, I'll be trying not to call you. Talking myself down, explaining that there's no use. Ooh, I'm gonna hurt myself trying to love you. You're gonna hurt me too. Kiss and tell me to go soon. You're gonna hurt me too. Ooh,
Do you think retail ended up being better / more fun than Kata? Kata is a really special expansion to me, so it's hard to say on that one overall. But I think a new expansion is always the potential's there. It's always really fun to play with everyone at the start of the expansion. Kind of the most special part of the expansion is right now. Well, actually in 2 days' time, when just everyone's playing. That's the part that makes it worth it, because it's just kind of like it's just the seeing everyone around and discovering everything, and it's just fun. It depends on. I mean, I wouldn't recommend. Like, I strongly wouldn't recommend buying early access. I think early access is not giving you good value for money for the most part, unless you get a lot of value from the boost. In which case, you know, if you need to boost a character, I could see it being good-ish. Like I think boost costs $60. So in that case, early access or Epic Edition would make more sense, maybe. But for most people, I don't think it's a great buy. Yeah, no, I don't. Well, okay, here's the thing, right? It's Saturday, right? I gotta double check. It's not a Saturday. It's your weekend. Now, if you want to, weekend is usually you're gonna spend some money on something to have, you know, relax with. In a lot of cases, maybe you go out, maybe you go to a movie, whatever. They cost money. Early access costs money. If you want to spend that time playing WoW, it's just like a leisure expense at that point. And it's not that expensive relative to other things you could use your time with. So I'm not here to judge people for spending it. That's how Blizzard do their. That's also unfortunately a slippery slope that Blizzard experiences, right? That's what they've figured out too. I don't think. Cast is good after Mage. Shadow Priest is good. Affliction Lock is probably I think Affliction is actually the best caster right now. And I actually wish I played it on beta. Because I actually played it a little bit with Wexon. I liked it. Last expansion. I kind of forgot about it. But I actually like playing Affliction last expansion. But yeah, Affliction looks really, really good. I could see Affliction Frost Mage being good, and I could see like Affliction Rogue. In fact, Affliction Rogue seems to be the best combo in the game. The threes. But they like basically they really changed the way Affliction does damage. So that, you know, previously Affliction was just like this weird dot spec, and he died. I don't know. He exploded. I don't know when he died too. Yeah, I saw. He's definitely a one shot. He may have fallen off the edge. Yeah, no, I just he actually dies from 99%. So yes, he fell off the edge. He fell through the gap. But yeah, they changed Affliction damage profile. So previously it was all dots, and you have that build still. But the build that people play on beta that seemed best was one that had giant shadow bolts. It was like a burst build basically. They could Malefic Rapture for a mil. And they could get Nightfall procs and Shadow Bolt for $1 million as well. 1.5 million actually for Shadow Bolts. So they would just have really giant, like they would have good pressure, and then they would have these giant hits to back it up. It was a really, really crazy breakdown. Yeah, I mean, you don't need an excuse to play it. I personally just don't support the practice in general, like from an industry standpoint. I think it's really shitty to make people pay for something they previously got for free. I'm sure they save money, so I'm sure there's more to it than it's probably a double effect of like the way they make money from it, because they probably also buy less capacity for their cloud server compute. I'm assuming that stuff's purely scalable. Maybe Wexo would know more about it, but my guess is they just don't have as much they don't have to compensate for like a giant spike as much because they have everyone kind of filter in later on. Normally the launch is like where everything has, you have problems with capacity. So they probably can be a little more economical with that. But on top of that, they're making more money per person that play it, right? I mean, I guess you'll see in the Q3 earnings for Blizzard how big of an impact it had. Could have you couldn't though. You have to sort out the line. If so, that they have to be able to supply to. You're paying for the game. They have to supply you access to the servers, right? Now in the past, you would have issues like giant server queues, but now they're much more scalable than that. When they need extra supply, they have cloud servers that are doing like behind the scenes doing a lot of the work. So they're basically buying from, I don't know who. I imagine like Amazon or something like that, right? Google or Amazon. They're probably buying compute from. And that's just helping them deal with that spike. Oh, I don't. Players would riot at that. This is probably, money is probably like to them the preferred way of doing things. But I mean, in general, it just may make their overhead costs for the expansion go down because they don't have to deal with that giant spike. No, Hellful Arathy is not the last campaign. You have other zones still after that. Keep in mind, it's literally the second day of early access. If you don't want to do it, just don't do it. Do something else for a bit. Go back to it later. You don't have to, like, don't make yourself play the game right now. Do whatever else you'd rather do at max level on your character or something. You can technically start on ults and stuff too. Yeah, that first campaign is definitely the part. Like, I'm glad I did campaign first. The first thing I did, because it definitely probably feels shitty to see people doing dungeons and getting just like infinitely more XP. You know, you watch your level. I think Av had that problem yesterday where he started a character, and he basically dungeon grinded the first like 6 levels, and then started doing the campaign, and he was just like the slowdown is so drastic in leveling. So it's kind of nice to have that out of the way first. Like we felt like we were going slow at the start, but a lot of people have to double back their campaigns at some point. For Blizzard, this is probably as fast as it's been a new expansion, right? Would you guys agree with that? Probably the fastest I think they've done. Like, I feel like last expansion was pretty fast, and it was like 10 hours, like 7 hours or so doing dungeons. Yeah, it may have negative impact. Do you guys think it's too fast? I wonder if it's too fast. Well, Blizzard's teams are more agile now. They can do more than just leveling content. Like vanilla, they had very little depth to their end game. For example, like it was all leveling content.
Once, my people thrived under the guidance of the Black Empire. Queen Nephris refused to reclaim that glory, but no more. Antares and the Black Blood will usher in a new age for Ashkahet.
You're alive?
The harvest will prevail!
Oh, there it is. Look at that. You just hover over it and it says. That's nice.
Thank the Titans you are here. The Storm Perch has been breached.
It's interesting to
and the
know.
Storm
I'm not
Perch
sure.
Corrupted.
What do you think it's because of? We took a break for like 5 minutes because Aaron left the dungeon early. We're still at 844k XP per hour. Oops.
It's time to take back the throne. It's time to take back the throne.
I've got 4. This is my 5th work on it right now. Yeah, if you have like a full group of people that are like super geared, you blast, but it's still fast as fuck anyway. Doesn't really matter. You can definitely do 1.5 mil or something an hour if you have like a geared group or more. Thoughts on DK Hero Talents on PvP? So for Unholy, I would recommend playing Ryder, and for Frost, generally Deathbringer, although Ryder Frost is also looks like it has potential too. Sand Lane is too like gimmicky, I guess. It feels like it's like turning Unholy DK into Frost DK. It turns it into like a only do damage during Dark Transformation, and like you need uptime during Dark Transformation. It feels very clunky. Both specs have their issues, but they're both drastically improved, I think. What did you say? I mean, I was doing this as Ret Paladin without tanking at all. I just queued as tank and DPS until level 80. Ret felt stupidly broken for this. So the XP buff is this thing right here. Every character you level to level 80 will increase this by 5% up to 25%. So the first character you finish leveling, the next character will have a 5% buff. The character after that will have a 10% buff. Basically, you want to level your characters sequentially. You don't want to like level a whole bunch of characters like 75 and then push them to 80. You want to just level them one by one. That's about the only difference, but they just get faster each time. This will be my slowest character to level, I think, just based on its gear. And its class is not ideal for AoEing. Like its spec is not ideal for AoEing. That's kind of like the big thing. Still pretty fast. Like even with that. How do you uncap it? You can just untick the under graphics. You can scroll down the very bottom. You've got max foreground FPS. You can unclick that if you want to have the maximum. Just untick that. Generally, I mean, a retail doesn't usually go too crazy, I suppose. In classic, I would actually have PC instability problems when I did that. You probably have VSync on. Busy. Is your monitor refresh rate 60? Your monitor maybe like capped the wrong refresh rate too. If you have a bit on 60 Hz monitor. So VSync is a setting. It could be in your graphics card drivers, but in WoW, it's right here. That'll also cap your frame rate at your refresh rate. What's up? For the level? You missed 10 minutes of leveling. But you also missed the XP for 10 minutes before that. It's a big time waste when you miss a dungeon. Because you missed the 60k XP, the 80k XP from finishing it too. Still very fast though. I mean, our fastest level was like probably like close to an hour. Yeah. It's nice. I hope that, I mean, I guess I hope they leave it, but I also could see a world where they see it as a big problem for them. I think the world first race has been affected by it now, so I feel like we're gonna have to keep it for a while, or at least until like early access finishes. I don't know. It seems like too much of a perk to give early access players though. A lot of people would be very upset if they did this, if they... I mean, what they should do, I think, is they should nerf dungeon XP but buff normal XP by a good amount. So like the dungeons get nerfed by let's say 10%, but the normal quest leveling. Or they buff the account-wide buff, the into like the buff you get the 5% per character to like 10% per character. So that like gets really fast doing whatever you want later on, and then there's no dungeon XP. Yeah, I think having leveling be this fast will lose the money in the long run. 100%. I think in the end they will lose money because people run out of things to do too fast. Leveling ults is what people want to do, but you can have 10 characters leveled in one day. So yeah, there are problems with having it be this fast, for sure. I'm really surprised they made no changes to it today. They made no changes. I mean, especially if they nerf dungeon leveling after early access, so the players that didn't buy early access don't get access to that. That seems like a bit too much value to give people like it'd be effectively like an heirloom, because people are gonna be done with leveling. Some people. I mean, what you'll get to do. Well, it's an early access problem if early access, if they nerf it after early access. Then like early access gave them even more value, and you know, just attach the 10% extra XP to fucking Epic Edition at that point. Let people buy Epic Edition and get it back.
Foolish outsiders. Beledar's sacred flame will simply raise him back to duty.
Hey, your last one? No. Pardon? All right, 2 hours in, we are level 76 and a half. Previously would be level 72. I think. So it's a bit faster. Roughly 3 times as fast. This is actually nice, a pretty nice add-on. Just hover over stuff. I think I like Playtest. I don't know. Bit of Blizzplate is interesting. I could look into it and try it out a bit and see if I like it. Plus 74. A bit of blue plates, you mean? I mean, Plata has all the functionality of Better Bliss Plates, but Better Bliss Plate might just do a better job making it clean. The hard part with the challenge I've had with Plata the whole time, pretty much, has been like getting it to not look messy in big, like, combat situations when there's like tons and tons of things going on at the same time, and you got a whole bunch of plates like stacked up on each other. It doesn't look that good, right? It's possible that Better Bliss Plates is a better option. It does a better deal with that. Yeah, it's just annoying having to go through. I mean, I think a better way to do it might have been to only allow certain buffs. Like Plata by default shows every buff, and I think other nameplates just show the certain ones you flag. I don't know. I suspect Better Bliss Plate is focusing on like an allow system instead of a whitelist system instead of a blacklist system, basically.
Incompetent drones. I will end you myself. You'll falter, my swarm.
But you can still feign that.
My swarm hungers.
Yeah, no, they did a really good job with Hellfall, and especially like it's actually interesting because it's like pretty badass at night too. It has the day and night kind of going on. Except in the case of Hellfall, like the night is super fucking evil too. It's kind of cool. Yeah, no, I like it. It's kind of like a day night, but it's void / light basically is the two different things. But apparently it's also the I didn't know this, but it's literally the sword. It's literally the Silithus sword that got slammed in there. So it also kind of represents, I guess, I don't know. It shows how far down you are, I guess, as well. It's an entire zone down. Like, you know, it's the like sheer size of that sword. Makes you want to have that light down there before that? Is the scope of that entire zone like literally after? Is the scope of that entire zone literally after like the events of Legion? But this character actually might have made sense doing it differently. It should level one more dungeon though. Problem is like actually queue time now to deal with. I don't know when that one busy, to be honest.
Thank the Titans who are here. The Storm Curse has been breached, and the Storm Riders corrupted.
All right, we got a mage doing a lot of damn.
I do not like that it feels darker and colder as we go down. But there are more survivors. What is that? The lift is out. If we want to keep going, we will have to go down. Thus, we have to take it down.
Aren't we leveled? Actually quite a nice level. Maybe not actually. But those three seem better. Yeah. Absolutely, Sonny. You wanna come along? Are you on hard side? This one's hard side. HP bar is easy frames.
horloge. Enclenchez le minuteur. Les minutes passent. L'étouffement menace. Vos poumons suffoquent. L'oppression vous dépasse. Tic-tac, tic-tac. Une prise qui vous embrasse.
So here we are. High speaker Ira. Or is it just Ira now? He's waiting the whole of the weekend into the stone vault. He's probably running like a frightened mouse.
Vos poumons suffoquent. L'oppression vous dépasse. Écoutez.
Wait. Oh, Sunny didn't queue his healer.
La main de fer.
That explains why the queue time was a little longer. Am I? Does anyone want to heal us in dungeons or tank for us? Yeah, I think if I requeued, you mean? Is that what you said? Nah, it'll just be slow to queue with 2 DPS and none of the other spots. I think slow queuing gets you group quite fast. We can just grab a healer as well.
Écoutez. Une prise vous embrasse. Démarrez l'horloge.
Sunny is level 70, so he is literally one-shotting everything.
Look for a service tunnel nearby. You should be able to take a mine cart
Une
back to
prise qui
Central
vous
Processing.
embrasse. Écoutez. Enclenchez le minuteur. Les minutes passent. L'étouffement menace. Vos poumons suffoquent. L'oppression vous dépasse. Tic-tac, tic-tac. Prise qui vous embrasse. Écoutez.
Sunny doing 3 million DPS right now. I think Paladins might be one of the biggest carries for these.
Fanatical loyal, no doubt.
Look how fast it dies.
Écoutez.
Look for another mine cart. If it's here, we might as well use it, unless you'd rather walk.
Minecart really isn't much of a time save, is it? It's just like one room of skip.
Did we take it too far to say that we cannot pretend now? Was it never enough to have just everything you want?
There he
In the
is.
shadow I found a
Look
place to hide me from
Beyond
my
saving.
own
That
thoughts.
seems like poetic justice, but
I lost to find the way
let's finish this.
me fall.
Well, that was fast as fuck. Yeah, you definitely want to keep queuing as a red paladin. So Thor or Leo, either of you guys down to heal. Let's grab a heal so we have a faster Q while having 2 DPS. Yeah, go for it, Leo. You said you come first, buddy. What's your name? Are you on? You're on Horde side. I think Morganis is Horde side. Yep, perfect.
What's something I can hold? That's worth this weight of gold.
You don't need to. We've got to heal us. You don't want to be sitting healer anyway at this point, Sunny. You're just DPS in these now.
Once, my people thrived under the guidance of the Black Empire. Queen Nephros refused to reclaim that glory, but no more. Anseleth and the Black Blood will usher in a new age for Ajkahet.
Level 70 is just such crazy carries for these anyway. Probably one of those things that didn't test very well on beta or something. It's just like how powerful level 70s are. Still basically 20-minute levels. I think that's gonna do for AoE. Maybe Barrage is actually good. Feels low because we have no like actual like we have to aim shot. Doesn't feel great to AoE on Hunter. Okay, one shot. Oh.
No, her usefulness to the Empire has passed. Soon, the true faithful will arise, and the Arathi will be mighty. They've served their purpose. Baron, demonstrate your worth.
Those who oppose the what have we here? Intruders! By my holy hammer! My first defeat.
Murpray has warped the Priory from a place of contemplation to an uprising. Why? She has always preached of the strength of the Emperor's will, but to turn against us is madness.
Beledar is the crucible. It burns away weakness. Its blinding
2 levels in this guy.
reveals the strength. We Arathi, an army of the risen. The Arathi will defeat the Nerubians, conquer Pathagard, and subjugate the world.
No, such heresy.
They defile the sacred flame by no Arathi leaves the Emperor's service, even in death. Sacred flame will cleanse your transgression. Brothers and sisters, hearken.
Yeah, if you, I mean, you can imagine, right? Do this with like a bunch of level 70s. And it's just disgusting, right? Because level 70 is basically one-shotting it. Like, Sunny is literally soloing this dungeon right now. That's your trick. Your trick is to basically be the recipient of the level 70s. They probably, I wonder if they had level 70s turn off XP just to like, continually boost people. But yeah, you just bring one single level 70 to carry you. With good gear, and they'll just one-shot all the mobs. No playlist, unfortunately. Just going through YouTube.
here we are. High Speaker Eirik. Or is it just Eirik now? He's fled from the Hall of Awakening into the Stone Vault. He's probably running like a frightened mouse. Wee sleepy, cowering, timorous beastie. What's this? Is that Gollum fused with something else? Titanic earthen technology enhanced with magical orphans. Brilliant. Looks like the main door is locked. Either one of these paths should lead us to an access console.
They're both really fun, honestly. They did a good job with Max. I think this expansion. It isn't as one-shotty as it was, but it's like it's tanky, tankier, I guess, by a lot.
Machine speakers. In the Stone Vault. Fanatically loyal, no doubt.
Defense protocols activated. Countermeasures on.
Look at Sunny just one-shot everything in his path, man.
Look for another main card. If it's here, we might as well use it, unless you'd rather walk.
Just enjoy the music. Haven't been to any.
Look for a service phone nearby. You should be able to take a main card back to central processing. There he is. Look at Beyond.
God, Sunny is fucking carrying this, man. It's nice. He boosted my XP by 50k on his own, just solo. It probably doesn't matter. I think Frost is probably a little better. I blinded to Frost, I think, on my last guy, maybe. He's just doing 2 milli DPS, man. Dark Ranger had, yeah, I don't know. Not, I mean, the style feeling of Dark Ranger or of Sentinel is actually better. I personally always kind of preferred it. I think you get like aim shots are easy to get off as Dark Ranger because you get a lot of 50% procs. So there's that. But yeah, I mean, I preferred Sentinel when I tested it. I started out playing Dark Ranger and I just, yeah, felt better every time I played Sentinel. So I'm with you on that. I mean, I do think this talent here is pretty crazy though. Or is it this thing? The thing exil. I mean, it gives you an extra wall, which is something, right? So for a pure reduction, if you're using like Mage Rogue, being able to use your heal, like use acceleration and get a wall out of it is kind of nice. But so it was just having a constant shield from Sentinel procs.
No sleep, no fear, different point of view. It's here, it's now, what we wanna do. Don't have all the answers, but we don't care. But it was just a dream, and all the fading made me see. I thought I had to choose another way. You can't predict your fate. It's just how it's meant to be. This is where our worlds collide. This is where we come alive. This is where we realize this is
Once, my people thrived under the guidance of the Black Empire. Queen Neferus
BM strong in beta because of a bug?
claimed that glory,
I don't know. Was BM ever strong in beta? I don't recall BM being crazy ever.
will usher in a new age.
Must even before I was playing it. Because I wasn't playing the first part of beta.
The harvest will prevail. But it was just a dream, and all the fading made me see. I thought I had to choose another way. You can't predict your fate.
Man, this is very fucking fast, man. This carrot is going to be 3 hours and 30 minutes is my prediction because of how OP Sunny is. This is a 16. My like second to last level is 16 minutes.
The expedition built the planet as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Doriga. Contemplate? The devotees have become secretive, hostile. The gods sought to kill you. And Captain Dale cries protecting something. Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
Shaman, your trading grounds fall to the intruder.
All right, final level. Unless we carry them to 5s, my next character is, well, my characters from here on out will just have the max buff. What our root thing is. If it doesn't DI with other roots, it's probably really good. I haven't actually checked. Has anyone checked if this DIs with normal roots? It probably makes it really easy to follow up trap people and stuff too.
They belong to that old school sister blade. Her useless to the Empire has passed. Soon, the true faithful will arise, and the Arathi will be mighty. They serve the Barret, demonstrate your worth.
I also just have no idea who the fucking Emperor even is in this case. Is it explained in the main story? It's like literally like all side quest stuff.
Morprey has warped the priory from a place of contemplation to an uprising. Why?
Congrats, close, buddy. That's awesome.
She has always preached that the strength of
The Arathi Emperor?
Belladar is the crucible. It burns away weakness.
Huh.
Blinding light reveals the strength. We Arathi, army of the risen.
Is there an empire in Arathi?
Conquer Pasalgard and subjugate the world.
no, such heresy. They defile the secret flame by animating the dead. They are no better than the Cobus.
The dude's dead? What the fuck is the Arathi Empire? Arathi Empire. Maybe there's a lore video on it. I bet there's a lore video somewhere. Arathi Empire. Surely I did one. The Light Emperor is undead.
Red flame will cleanse your transgressions. Flames take you. Brothers and sisters, hearken to the flame.
Is Arathi Highland stuff? Was there an emperor in Arathi beforehand?
It is done. These zealots no longer steer our faith towards destruction.
They were sent down there by the emperor. Oh, so this part is not the Arathi Highlands people. This is a different part of Arathi? So these ones have never seen it. Wait, that's kind of interesting. If you're saying it's pre-third war, then have they never seen an orc before? In this case, shouldn't that be a big deal? Shouldn't that be like a, you know what I mean? So you're saying they're humans from before there was before like the Warcraft 1 storyline, basically. Which means they have no idea none of the Draenor stuff happened. So it was right after Warcraft 1? I think I was pre-Stormgate Keep. Well, half elves is not surprising because elves are super ancient, but the orc interaction with them all, like everything like beyond that, Draenei as well, that's all like that's all recent, I think, basically. If anyone has any like good lore videos, I'd be down to watch it. Because like having played through that dungeon, I'm curious. Are you also saying that the only place to get to this place is a teleport? You can't actually, they didn't dig down into it. They got ported into it. One of the weirdest things about all of this is, so from our POV, the kind of like expansion hook. This is like a slight problem in the logic of it, I guess, and maybe it's explained somewhere. So they're like stuck down there, right? The Arathi are actually the furthest forward. Behind the Arathi is the Earthen, one of the Earthen factions, and then at the very top is a bunch of other Dwarven clans. So it's like three layers, and then beneath that is the Nerubian kingdom. So what I don't get is why don't the Arathi people just leave? Because we just fucking walked in here. We just flew down. There wasn't like anything in our way, right? We legitimately just walked here. Like there's a nice little path to go down into the spot. So why didn't she just like leave? It was blocked until recently? So do we unblock it? Well, wait, how could they worship? So that's my next part. People are saying the crystal is actually the sword from Silithus. Wait, it can't be, can it? That doesn't make sense. Right? Yeah, I don't think it does either. Exactly. It's been there too long. It can't be the sword. People keep saying it's a sword. That's what I said. I said they talk about it like a crystal, and they're like, oh, it's actually the silver sword. I'm like, are you sure? Because that would mean that these guys were in a lot of darkness until very recently. It looks more like one of those Naru crystals, you know? I mean, if it sounds like it's recent, then it could plausibly be the thing from Silithus, and it just literally goes through the entire Earth. Like, you know, so you have to imagine that it's a big circle, and Silithus. It doesn't actually make sense. How do you stab this spot here, and then have it come out just down beneath it? You know what I mean? Oh, so it's not the curse, it's not the sword, it's just like it's getting the corruptive forces started at that point, which is weird though, because the darkness cycles don't really make sense, because from that the Burning Legion is definitely not Void affiliated at all. I guess it just gives them a chance to sneak in. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it can't be the sword, because if it was the sword, then they would have had some trouble seeing before that. So Rets are crazy OP for leveling. Well, it looks like one of the giant crystals that Naru have for like their light crystals, but they don't really generate that kind of light. I actually feel like it's a cool raid idea. They've never done that before, right? That would be very, very unique. So imagine if this was vanilla and you had a raid that was going after the Scarlet Crusade leader type thing. That's kind of what the Era of the Empire feel like. I wonder if that would actually work well as a raid, if people would respond well to it. We're going to a different continent, you mean? We don't know where they're from, right? Yeah, it's pretty intriguing actually. I wonder. Oh, it has a primer on it. A primer on the Arathi.
Amongst the data mine models, we have an interesting name pop up. Baron Lope.
This is another one.
Which instantly had lore buffs sit up straight and pay attention. Had people wonder if there's a
Oh.
connection to Enderman Lothar and the Lothar family line. Enderman Rin is actually named after Enderman Lothar, as Lothar was quite the hero amongst the people of Stormwind and for his father Varian. He was there to confront the corrupted Guardian, who would open up the Dark Portal
That's too loud,
and
right?
brought the Horde into Asgard.
I see it being too loud.
He was there to guide Varian and the survivors of Stormwind across the sea to Lordaeron, as the Horde had ransacked the city of Stormwind. He was there to help unite the human kingdoms and form the
Is this
Alliance
related?
of
Oh,
Lordaeron.
get loot.
Have the world listen to the warnings and fight back against the invading hordes. The sons of Lothar would name themselves in his honor for his great sacrifice. And he was the one who called upon an ancient pact between the humans and the High Elves to get their aid in the war against the hordes. And while the elves only really sent a token force, thinking the horde wasn't a massive threat to them, someone like Illyria Windrunner, she was wiser, pledged her full support, especially after the horde teamed up with the trolls, started to massacre the elves. This is how she met Cerulean, Khadgar, Kurdran, and Trollbane.
My visions are not the same as the others.
So an ancient promise between humans and high elves. The promise that Enderman Lothar called upon that takes us even further back in time. To the days that the humans were still living in separate tribes and they were warring a lot with each other. But those times would quickly change as Thoradin of Arator, he could see that the humans, they were strong when working together, and they would have to be strong if they wanted to stand a chance against the hostile trolls in the region. By politics, by brute strength, or by accepting religion, Thoradin went around uniting the clans. Their kingdom was named Arator, with a capital of Strom. They became such a powerhouse
Stromgo
that when
is
the
this?
High Elves fought the Amani trolls in the so-called Troll Wars, King Anasterian Sunstrider asked the humans for their aid. Now Thoradin, the wise king that he was willing to team up, especially since the trolls, they were going to be a threat to all of them, but they were going to need more than just their brute strength on the battlefield. So it was that the elves agreed to teach some of the humans their ways of magic. Together, they landed such a devastating blow against the trolls that the Amani trolls, they never really recovered from. Yet for Quel'Thalas and for Arator, the war was the beginning of a glorious new era.
So this is a different Arathi, and this is retconned.
Back to central processing.
So this is not related to. It says it's Alpha Law. He's gonna say they go down, right?
There he is.
Oh, you're right. This is kind of not related, is it?
Beyond saving. That seems like poetic
Huh.
justice, but
It's not really a Prima.
let's finish this.
I think I'm on a level from this. There's no way this is a 19-minute level, right? Or 20-minute level? Seems likely though. Yeah, I'm definitely dumb. Who's the Emperor though? He's saying Stromgo was a settlement? I got an achievement for this. Thanks for caring, guys. mean, you'd think that would be something you'd know about if there was like a bigger kingdom behind that, right? But I guess maybe not. You kept it hidden or something? Alright, this character's done. So we now have 5 80s, which means we have the max thing unlocked. We've got 3 characters to go that we can do. Yeah, no, that's fair, Sonny. That's a completely fair request. I'm trying to like debate whether I want to do like Warlock or I mean, I wasn't even planning to do those 3 characters, but I think I will, regardless. Do we do Death Knight next with the crazy speed? Destroy bullions, man. I destroyed it though. So it has the new vault. Bye. How can I still buy this stuff? Does this just turn to gold after? I guess it can be claimed for stuff right now. No, I'm gonna change characters, like the race and characters probably. I don't think I'm gonna start with human. But there's no pressing need to do it right at the second. You know what I mean? But I do plan to change it. Haven't decided between a bunch of stuff really. Uh, I guess I was in the wrong timeline.
Another vision. You saw it too.
They're growing stronger.
Yeah, that was my second Death Knight. I don't know. I want to level a lot of stuff. Leveling's actually fun so far. Interesting. Yeah, I'd be curious to mess around with that, Zev. I just saw you message me an hour ago. Alright guys, I'm gonna start this character in a sec, but give me a couple minutes real quick. I'll be back in like 5 minutes really fast. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you to Debo for the usual Prime, Chuck for the host, DJI for the 24-month resub, the 6-month 24-month resub. And again, yesterday to Anonymous for literally 100 gifted subs, Cookie for 29 gifted subs. There's a bunch, there's a trillion. Like yesterday was insane. Give me 1 sec. We should be around for another 8 hours today is the plan. But yeah, give me a couple minutes really quick. All right. Let's start our next character. Sneak he was tank and DPS, I think. Kind of a shitty play, but probably levels faster. Looking at Froster and Holy for PvP. Probably Unholy, but we'll see. Debating Froster, maybe Unholy does enough? Even though I got a pet? It's not set up as Frost. It's a bit of a mistake. Nope, there it is again from Av. Right away. How's it going, Av? I opened whatever page it is. That. I think Dawn is kind of 10 out of 10, isn't it? I feel like Dawn is probably my favorite zone, I think. I would say. Dawn are helpful, but I feel like Dawn's nice. How do you get those Av? Those heroic level or higher? I can't click the second one.
So here we are. High Speaker Isle.
Oh man.
What's this? Is that Gollum fused with something else? Titanic earthing technology enhanced with magical options.
Seismic protocol activated. All systems shutting down.
Looks like the main door is locked. Either one of these paths should lead us to an access console.
Nah, Ellie's on my other account. So I can't level that one until Monday.
A golem fused with scarred and corruption? Fascinating.
No, Rogue's in this one. I'll probably actually level Rogue, but just because leveling is kind of what I want to do right now. Bro, it is not my fault they buffed them a million times. I take no responsibility for that.
Fanatically loyal, no doubt.
Intruders detected. Defense protocols activated. Countermeasures on.
So much left.
I'm going to need some personal time.
Look for another minecart. If it's here, we might as well use it, unless you'd rather walk. There he is. Look at him. Beyond sleeping. This seems like poetic justice, but let's finish this.
All right. We're going to try and turbo level this guy in 3 hours. I think it can happen. Yeah, you don't need to be a tank for the first 7 levels, probably, of dungeons. You're just OP as fuck. That's how everyone at level 70 is broken.
Search for the reason why the days just pass me by. We travel through the light to a city shining white.
Thank the Titans you are here. The Storm Curse has been breached, and the Storm Riders corrupted.
Search for the reason why.
Whoops. So there's a bit of a problem with like changing spec all the time because it bugs up my frames, but
Days just pass me by. The city
bugging a lot. I'm not sure the best. It's funny because these mobs are of no threat whatsoever to me, but they do fuck up the group. This is why you don't need attack at this point. The mobs are scaled in the way they don't hurt level 70s. And I can literally AoE them down like they're random quest mobs. I wouldn't be surprised if they just broke the scaling formula for this, because again, the biggest reason they'll fix it is that you can literally, if I turn XP off, I could just boost people all day with this, and it would just be a joke, you know?
I do not like that it feels darker and colder as we go down. But there are more survivors. What is that? The lift is out. If we want to keep going, we will have to go down the storm. We have to take it down. The city shining bright. I search for the reason why.
That is if people with XP turned off and they have people boosting them. Is that how it's working? There's a level 70 that's just like sitting in a group and just not getting XP. Yeah, that's what I figured that would do. I mean, that has to get fixed. That's a bug. This is actively a bug that you can walk through and just literally, you know, nothing threatens you. You can't die. You don't need a healer. You don't need a tank. As plate, you probably won't, to be honest. Yeah, I was thinking about why they didn't. The only logic I have for why they might not nerf it right away, Sumi, is that they're arming up for the most fucked up heroic week you've ever seen. Right? So when these guilds have 20 of each class each, think about the splits they're gonna do. They're gonna do the most disgusting level of splits you've ever seen. They're gonna have literally perfect gear. It's gonna be the most ridiculous, like heroic week. They wanted it back, right? They're not gonna want it back after this. Not with the leveling, not with the level of prep they're putting in. Like they're just scaling all of their time into prep. So I think it's gonna be completely insane. Nice, so. Currently doing. We're gonna try and maintain 1 mil XP per hour. I think it can be done. At least for a couple levels. feel like he fell off. I think I don't mind this part, but it's gonna get crazier. I mean, Heroic Week makes their prep that much harder, I think. I think they just have to have so much more prepared because they have so much more time to work with. I'm actually feeling sick at the moment. I'm getting sicker. I kind of figured I would. Like, my immune system got wiped out by the 24-hour stream, so I'm definitely getting sick. I started out feeling a little bit sick. I feel worse a couple hours in. I don't feel tired though. But Rose was next to me coughing yesterday, so I kind of figured I was gonna get sick. It's that time of year, unfortunately. No, I didn't. So we didn't have Cookie around yesterday, so I didn't actually have the alcohol. We just did 24 hours. I want Cookie around for that, but Donny T hasn't shown up yet, unfortunately. But I'm definitely, I mean, you probably can't hear it yet, but you'll be able to hear it tomorrow. Then I can also have like Dayquil or whatever and feel better. Doesn't get reset. I think it did. No, let's go both. All right, here we go.
The gods sought to kill you. Captain Dale cries, protecting somebody. Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
Chainmail, your training grounds call for the intruders.
Got my feet in the sand and I'm waiting for the tide and the waves. I see the beauty in the changes. I feel it in the wind, it's amazing. Inside and beside us, we are one, won't divide us. When lost, it'll guide us. In the sound, in the silence.
Kano, the intruders defile the altar of the sacred flame. Ours is the true path for the Arathi. By fang and claw!
Comes from makes you wonder if you lost control.
Dale Cry was another.
Are these still strikes, lackeys? Guard! Guard!
What you think is possible. Got me too.
No, her usefulness to the Empire has passed. Soon, the true faithful will arise, and the Arathi will be mighty. They've served their purpose. Baron, demonstrate your worth.
Your magic's true.
Those who oppose the Emperor will what have we here? Intruders! By my holy hammer! By fire, I am your... my first defeat.
Murphy has walked the
stuff up pretty quick. I'm not scared. I kind of expected as much though. My hands couldn't really carry it all.
So here we are. High Speaker Eirik. Or is it just Eirik now? He's fled from the Hall of Awakening into the Stone Vault. He's probably running like a frightened mouse.
Oops.
Oh, you sleepy, cowering, timorous beastie. What's this? Is that Gollum fused with something else? Atomic earthen technology enhanced with magical options. Looks like the main door's locked. Either one of these paths should lead to an access console.
I don't think blood's good. Not gonna be able to unholy anyway. DPS stuff seems more worth. Pretty okay. Seems to hurt now a little bit more than when I was 70.
he is. Look at him. Beyond saving. That seems like poetic justice, but let's finish this.
So far, 27 minutes, 3 levels. Thoughts? I think Frost is probably better for dungeons, but I'm going to set up right now. How many will I level? I'm not sure about. Yeah, I've got up to 8 on this account. This is number 6. I feel like I'd rather just do all the character, like level all the characters now, and then not do any more leveling the whole expansion, no matter what I play, no matter what I ult, just have everything done. See, especially seeing as it's so easy right now, like 3 hours or less, probably realistically a little bit less. Well, see, if I do 8, the other my other account has like 3 or 4 to do as well. Thanks, Sims, buddy.
Incompetent drones. I will end you.
Yeah, I think scaling's fucked as well. And I'm surprised it hasn't been fixed yet. Maybe it's complicated. Maybe it's like an issue that I don't understand. I think 70s is supposed to have gentle scaling. So 70s are normally the best thing for leveling at this stage in the expansion. the boosting happened last expansion too. People would boost the whole expansion by having twinks that would do the work, right? But yeah, it's so extreme.
Once, my people thrived under the guidance of the Black Empire. Queen Neferis refused to reclaim that glory, but no more. Ansurek and the Black Blood will usher in a new
Very unlikely, in my opinion, that it has anything to do with early access. Early access is just the benefit, the benefactors of the bug, in my opinion. Apparently, for 30 seconds, we've actually maintained 1.5 mil. I feel like for 30 minutes, we've actually maintained 1.5 mil. I think the reason I'm going to fix it right away at the moment is because of the world first race. I think at this point, people have leveled so many characters that you kind of have to have everyone level a lot of characters. Like if you try and cut it off, then suddenly people can't. Like you have to understand that if they like, let's say their intended nerf area is 30 or 40%, suddenly people can't do 20 ults anymore, right? I do not have my UI guide anywhere, unfortunately.
Thank the Titans who are here. The Storm Perch has been breached, and the Storm Riders corrupted.
Like Erin was disgusted. Like she enjoyed it. She was like really happy. Like she was leveling with that because yesterday it took a while, right? And it was kind of what you expected. Like our first playthrough was about the leveling experience she expected, and then she did tonight's thing, and she like didn't want to like go to sleep because she's like, this has to get nerfed. I don't know. The fact that like, you know, I'm setting my goals at leveling every character that can possibly be leveled on my account because it's so fast makes me think that it's too fast. What?
I do not like that it feels darker and colder as we go down. But there are more survivors. What is that? The lift is out. If we want to keep going, we will have to go down the storm. We have to take it down.
I mean, so realistically, when you'll want to do PvP world quests in all likelihood, and that's the main reason you're gonna want to do the campaign, I think, is to actually have access to world quests. You also might need it for sparks and things. Like last expansion, you had to complete a little chapter to get access to your sparks. I don't know if they'll do it this way this time, but it just adds, like, you should do the campaign ones, and then level how you enjoy. I mean, it's easy just to go in the dungeons right away, though, is the thing, right, Zev? It's like tempting. You have to grind right now to get professions, really? With who?
The expedition built the colony as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Beladar. What of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile. The guards sought to kill you. Captain Dale Cry is protecting something. Each of his lieutenants boasts his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
The door opens up and there's still a 10 alive from the start.
Dalecry was a Arathi hero.
Lackeys. Guard! Guard!
There's so much we can learn in the universe. It is the frontier of the future.
You won't be lost anymore. You must defeat Dalecry now.
20 seconds.
That old school system remains. Her universe to the Empire has passed. Soon, the true hate will arise, and the Arathi will be much. Safe service. Barrett, demonstrate your worth.
Oops.
Glory guides my hammer! My first defeat.
Murphy has walked the priory from a place of contemplation to an uprising. Why? She has always preached of the strength of the Emperor's will, but to turn against us is madness.
I think dungeons are really fast. Yeah, I mean we're currently 43 minutes in to starting this character off. We've done 4 levels.
Veladar is the crucible. It burns away within. Its blinding
That being said, I do have a 25% bonus because of level 5 characters already.
army of the risen.
Yeah, I'm an XP bonus cap at this point.
Khazalgar and subjugate the world.
4 levels in 44 minutes.
Now, foolish outsiders. Beladar's sacred flame will simply raise him back to
I think we can do 75 in the first hour. It's very possible.
sacred flame. Let your transgressions burn by sacred flame.
Are there XP pots? Where are those from?
By blaze they purify. Brothers and sisters, hop into the flame.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good idea. That's if I could do it again, I would probably do it that way. I just do get the men campaign, and then I would do whatever I can after that.
Intruders. Find them.
How many? I have 5. It's my 6th we're working on.
Incompetent drones. I'll end you myself. You'll fall to my swarm. My watch
Every time you get a character to 80 rather, it just gives you 1 stack of it. I'm going to crush your attack. Use it a buff. It's automatic. You may have to have completed the campaign. How many Death Knights? This is my 2nd Death Knight. I only have 2 DKs total though.
And the Black Blood will usher in a new age for Azkahet. The harvest will prevail!
This interesting. A lot more painful than I expected. I guess the Venom Volley's hurt. Not me in particular, but it's just me. Kill it still, I think. Unless... Is this stuff rooting? Roots me. Oh shit, I got 75. It's not good. I'm weak now. The mob's just so leveled up against me.
Machine speakers in the stone vault. Fanatically loyal, no doubt.
Intruders detected. Defense protocols activated. Countermeasures on.
So we actually that level a lot faster. We're 56 minutes in, we're level 75.
Build it up. I'm going to.
So much left unlearned.
I'm soloing at the moment. Just me.
Look for another mine cart.
Are you on Alliance, Sosa?
We might as well use it, unless you'd rather walk.
Yeah, I'm gonna invite you after this.
There he is. Look at him. Beyond soothing. This seems like poetic justice, but let's finish this.
Apotheosis.
I just leave six gun. All right, I think we can probably grab 2 people. I think if I grab more than that, I'm gonna get too weak because I'm already getting nerfed. Like as I level up, unfortunately, it should slow down a good amount now. But we're halfway there, so you know, 2.5 hours that we're shooting for, I guess. Unless we have a 70, but you're 70. Yeah. Let's do that. I can be our carry. You're gonna be the strong person in the group. Yeah, you can be the carry. You're just blast. What are people's names so I can invite you guys?
I got way too many thoughts in my brain. I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you change. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the final. But if I'm honest, I get my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the final. But if I'm
You on Alliance, Illidan? Or Horde Illidan? Illidan's only Horde, so right? Your Alliance? So let me invite you, now it is. Go. You don't make yeah, you're absolutely right. You don't make much gold doing this. That was DF. Does someone not? Loxley is not eligible. I think you have to get to the point where you're eligible to enter the first dungeon. You don't have to be 71. Have you not done the campaign on any characters? If you do the skip, it just instantly makes you eligible. You haven't finished it? I mean, if you like quest the point that it unlocks. But I would definitely recommend doing the campaign to make life easier for yourself. Depending on once you drop, I can only queue for all then.
The expedition built the priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Belladar. What of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile. The gods have to kill you. Captain Dale cries protecting something. Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
Alliance on this guy. I just did a hold character. Yeah, absolutely. Like you're living alliance. But I'm curious, is this possible? I haven't tried this before. No, I don't mind. I don't, it's not. There's no like. You don't need to like. Obviously, the people in World First Race, yeah, they. For them, it makes sense. They're on like tight schedules to get a lot of things done. I'm on no schedule. You know, we're just leveling for fun. There's no rush. Oh my god. Capping your XP is good for golming, is it?
Why?
I think it looks good at max level. Maybe not affliction lock level, but it's really good, I think.
Veladar is the crucible. It burns away weakness. Its blinding light reveals the strength. We Arathi like an army of the risen. The Arathi will defeat the Nerubians, conquer Khazalgar, and subjugate the world.
No, such heresy. They defile the sacred flame by animating the dead. They are no better than the Konis.
Sacred flame will cleanse your transgression. The Empire.
Wait, capture XP? To farm patterns? Wait, who one-shot the boss? What the fuck? The boss is dead. Hello?
These zealots no longer steer our faith towards destruction.
We currently have a healer, unless Clink uses healer and just doesn't heal. Is it good for a pattern farming though, MVQ? I feel like I've not seen a single pattern drop in any of these. I thought it was only a delve thing. Sacred Flame? Fuck is Sacred Flame, man? Didn't embellish anything? Oh. What does it drop? So you have to have the profession already to have it drop for you? Rating authority? The fuck? If you only need that one though, I think all the XP comes from. Yeah, you definitely want to finish campaign on one character or you'll have a bad time. So currently there's a group of these four are basically boosting me now, it seems. Guess everyone's low level except me. It seems that, yeah, my carry days are over. I'm being carried by these guys. You should only get like 20 minutes of, not like an hour maybe, of being the carry. We're just all leveling. Unfortunately, my last characters don't have any ability to. This is my last character that actually could. I got off about 12. A little less than 8 hours of sleep. Wild is his pets? I don't think so. I mean, they don't have them in New Zealand, but I don't think you can have them as pets in Australia, can you? Maybe I would know. All right, now we're weak. 76 is not ideal. Well, it's ideal in terms of time. Between an hour and 12 minutes. About 50 minutes faster than my fastest right now. 50% faster than my fastest. It didn't respect me.
The title, the glory, it should have been mine, Gilgrim. You never deserve to be Stormward.
I'm really not the right level for this. Never mind. That look fine. Infinite gun spots. It could actually inflate things a bit if they actually play threes. I don't know. I'm not sure if you will necessarily play threes like widespread like that. I also think leveling will stay this fast. Unless they got data from Mop Remix to suggest that people just like having the ability to level characters quickly.
I do not like that it feels darker and colder as we go.
Did Mop Remix stay active?
The lift is out. We have to take it down.
I know it's gone now. I mean, was it fast? Sorry, was it active until it died? Like, was it? Did it have any activity issues? Leveling was very fast in Remix, right? So it stayed really active. Perhaps they just saw engagement data with that and they're like, hey, let's make leveling this fast.
So here we are. High Speaker Eirik. Or is it just Eirik now? He's fled from the Hall of Awakening into the Stone Vault. He's probably running like a frightened mouse. Wee sleepy, cowardly, timorous beastie. What's this? Is that Golem fused with Sylvanus? Has high earthly technology enhanced with magical augments?
Activating defense program. Seismic protocol. All systems shut down.
Looks like the main door is locked. Either one of these paths leads to an access console.
Wait, is that what people do? They do different sides and then meet up? That's super interesting. But you aren't invincible as soon as you level once.
Look for a service tunnel nearby. You should be able to take a minecart back to central processing.
Let's have Death Strike.
Machine speakers in the stone vault. Fanatically loyal, no doubt.
We're still maintaining 1.4 mil. That's crazy. What? He just he literally just gets one shot, man. That's funny. Best for Fury Warrior, Prezovoka. Heli Shaman sounds good. Frost Mage sounds good. Affliction Lock sounds good. We have a healer spot technically, but that's it. Oh, you got maged, man. Right now I'm very weak. We are now an hour and 24 minutes in, and I am level 77. Holy fuck. We are fucking zooming. That is Clint, yep. Wait, what race change?
The expedition built the Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Eldar. But of late, the devotees have become secret.
He hasn't died yet. I'm super weak now. I really should not be. I mean, I just want to hold aggro and stuff, I guess.
Captain Dale Cry is protecting something.
Oh, do we bug it? Do we bug it out? What did they despawn? Oh, they despawned. Wait, did he despawn without his ads though? Only he showed up. There's got to be some sort of exploit for that. To like pull him that way, get him to despawn, and then attack him without his ads.
to the Empire has passed. Soon, the true faithful will arise, and the Arathi will be mighty.
Afraid to let my guard down. I was walking in the dark until you came and turned a light.
They serve their purpose. Baron, demonstrate your worth.
And I don't want to take the rain without the
What
clear
have we here?
skies. And I don't want to take the pain without the love. I know you had to break a heart to start the healing. I know I'll never give you up, give you.
Murphy has walked the Priory from a place of contemplation to an uprising.
I know I'll never give you up, give you.
She has always preached of the strength of the Emperor's will, but to turn against us is madness.
Show me a different way. I'm not
Veladar is the crucible. It burns away weakness. Its blinding light reveals the strength we Arathi lack. With an army of the risen, the Arathi will defeat the Nerubians, conquer Khazar-Dûr, and subjugate the world.
And I don't want to take the rain without
Defile the sacred flame by animating the dead.
and I don't want
No
to take
better
the
than the
pain
Cogus.
without the love. I know you have to break a
No
heart to
Arathi
start
leaves
the
the Emperor's
healing.
service, even in
No,
death.
I'll never give you
Sacred
up,
flame will
give you.
cleanse your
Oh, there goes the boss.
The Empire will see you burn.
It is done. These zealots no longer steer our fate toward destruction.
And I don't want to take the rain without the clear skies. And I don't want to take the pain without the love. I know you have to break a heart to start the healing. I know I'll never give you up, give you. I know I'll never give you up, give you.
Hey, Nick. I mean, no, because you get more XP for getting them all to level 80. Like each level 80 you get gives you an extra 5% bonus in every other character. So I find it hard to believe that the strat would be to like increment to the level at all. I think it's built in such a way that you'd want to, yeah, get an 80, move on to the next to take advantage of that. This is number 6 we're working on right now. The staggering part is how fast this character is. This character is so much faster than my other characters right now. If it can maintain this pace for 30 more minutes. Not easy to do, but if it can. We're maintaining 1.4 million XP per hour right now. Somehow. That is an insane amount. My previous characters did 800k.
Under the guidance of the Black Empire. Queen Neferis refused to reclaim that glory, but no more. Anzurek and the Black Blood will usher in a new age for Ashkahet.
This is getting arcade maged again, man.
Thank the Titans you are here. The Storm Perch has been breached, and the Storm Riders corrupted.
No, there's no such thing as Mythic Plus is only once Mythic's out. Resource bars? I'm using scripts for that. To put the runes in the middle screen. Wonder if I should stay blood after this. Seeing as we're about to hit that point where I feel it will struggle to contribute. Maybe I'm wrong. My raid never felt terrible, I suppose. This is what I use. This is the script I use for it. To put it mid screen. You can adjust the coordinates there however you want. no, we lost him. Oh shit. Someone strong? Cheat death cloak. I think he's strong enough. It's funny. I think I. Yep. I did it from 100% in 1 second. Wait. Bro, I got killed by Link. Wait. Link is bugged. Link killed us both.
Come then. I command this rookery
Oh.
by right. Your death is my directive.
I mean, that goes to show there's a bug, right? That right there is evidence of a bug with scaling. Sparrowling literally killed us both, 100-0. I mean, I've never... Sparrowling is only bugged in that case because of scaling. It legit one-shot us? He's a level 70, so it's just probably like... So now the plot thickens a bit, right? And now I'm even more convinced that the reason we didn't see changes today is because they're trying to figure out what the fuck is going on with this system. But that's been in the game the whole time? You can kill teammates with Link? Really? Maybe it hits them for more than their health, like it distributes it and hits them for more than their health bar? That's kind of crazy. We got a few little upgrades here and there, but we're...
So here we are.
Oh, I gotta be right back. I gotta AFK.
Or is it just Eirik now? He's fled from the Hall of Awakening into the Stone Vault. He's probably running like a frightened mouse.
Can... Ah, fuck. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got AFK. Maybe I can wait a sec. Let's try and go fast. I'm not doing this as blood without talent, so shit. And I feel like talents are important for blood. Unfortunately, I definitely have to AFK. Can I leave after this boss? And it's fine. I'll let you guys eat another tank. I'll be right back, okay? That'll let you guys. I think I won't get the big thing from that. Alright, back in a few minutes. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for the resubs and subs today as well. All right. If he wants to come back, we've seemed to have lost a few people, but it's all good. I think I'm supposed to say just tank now. At this point. I mean, I can try. Let's try one more as Unholy, but I think 70, like nearly 79. No, 78. Barely 78. It's funny, I was AFK for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Still 1.1 million XP per hour. Oh, is that a, oh, it's a level 70 Red Paladin, man. I can do whatever I want here. He can't die, and he'll hold aggro and everything anyway. I can die now while we're gathering, but... Attack, Mr. Paladin. You were born to attack these mobs, man. When does it slow down? It's depends. Like you start to get your damage stays really close to the same, but you get way less tanky. Oh, that's not true actually. Your damage gets worse too. Probably like 77 is when I first start noticing that I'm like not nearly as lethal. If you're a tank spec, it never gets lethal. You always massively outscale any kind of damage they can do. Try my last. I'll have time to level one more carrot today, I think. If I have done the correct math there. Have we heard from Donnie T yet? I don't think we have. Where could he be, man? Is Frosty as good as Unholy in PvP? It situationally can be good. I don't think it's as good as Unholy, personally. Yeah, I'm taking it as Unholy right now.
Murpray has walked the Priory from a place of contemplation to an uprising. Why? She has always preached of the strength of the Emperor's will, but to turn against us is madness.
There's nothing to fear.
Let me set up a blood spike real quick. Wait, you can be Deathbringer? Super interesting. They're old Deathbringer. I'm loving Death Knight so far. The expansion's great, man. There's a lot. There's a lot to like about it.
Storm Perch has been breached, and the Storm Riders corrupted.
That's a weird one.
The title, the glory, it should have been mine, Pale Grim. Never deserved to be Stormward.
I tank is right, yeah. I think.
I do not like that it feels darker and colder as we go down. But there are more survivors to rescue. The lift is out. If we want to keep going, we will have to go down the Storm Rider way. We have to take it down.
Not a carry to level after this. 2 more on this account.
So here we are.
How much longer is early access, chat? Is it 2 more days? Is it 4 days early access?
He's probably running like a frightened mouse.
26. I'm wondering if I actually want to try and get another copy of Epic. It just seems so unnecessary, man. But I'm like thinking about like on the 26th, do I want to do more leveling? Or do I just want to...
Is that golem fused with something else? Titanic earthly technology enhanced with magical augments. Brilliant.
It does seem fairly wasteful. Especially on 2 accounts, man. None of the benefits make sense at that point.
Looks like the main door's locked. Either one of these paths should lead us to an access console.
Oh, it's still going. Watch out. Why am I playing retail? Is beta being played?
Look for another minecart. If it's here, we might as well use it, unless you'd rather walk.
I mean, if beta was active, I'd be actually be down, but I feel like it's not at this stage. So I predict I am about 3 dungeons away. Yeah, I think I'm about 3 away.
There he is. Beyond saving.
Prostiva Dungeons apparently is really, really busted, yeah.
Let's finish this.
Teferi already is really, really good, to be honest. I'm really happy with it. I'm excited to have all these ults. Actually, only 2 more dungeons at that rate. What's spec? Probably Unholy, mostly, to start with. I think Unholy is the most promised so far. An arachnophobia on? Does it send everyone to crabs? I feel like being attacked by a giant lobster is still pretty terrifying, to be honest. I mean, it says 5 days, 17 hours for The War Within. I don't think that thing's particularly accurate because the Wolfen's only been out for 2 days. I have a feeling that setting is not working very well. I'd be more afraid of a giant crab, or at least similarly scared.
Incompetent drones. I will end you myself.
I have some health, man. Yeah, I think I lied. It's not quite enough to do, and we need 2 more. That one's just less XP, I guess.
Thank the Titans you are here. The Storm Prince has been freed, and the Storm Riders corrupted.
Damn, Clint. What do they do to shamans? You're below the healer, man. It's crazy. We're way too weak now at this level. Stuff hits way too hard. It doesn't stop until, like, sorry, it stops at 25%. I'm at 25% now, but it doesn't go above that, apparently.
Your death is my directive.
Can I feel it? Yeah. I mean, this character is 2 hours and 41 minutes in, and we are gonna level before 3 hours. Well, this character is leveling insanely fast. I also went AFK for at least 10, 15, 20 minutes of that. Gold onions, yeah. That's all I did.
I do not like that it feels darker and colder as we go down. What is that? What did Corin? The lift is out. If we want to keep going, we have to take it down.
Damn, we're actually really close. This will be a little bit overkill. Just my sixth. Well, no. Okay, one shot, man.
Looks like the main door is locked.
Only 2 Death Knights. Nothing else is duplicate. Oh wow. This place is good XP.
Machine speakers in the stone vault. Fanatically loyal, no doubt.
Intruders detected. Defense protocols activated. Countermeasures on.
Ignite!
I'm going to need some personal time.
So much left
Look for another minecart. If it's here, we might as well use it, unless you'd rather walk.
Who's saying that, Sumi? I actually do think Khadga will exist, like will be used in some form. Right. There's no way they're just gonna kill off Khadga. I refuse to believe that. I do think Khadga's gonna be evil when he shows up again. And I think it's important because right now you've got a whole bunch of good guys and not enough bad guys. Khadga's the perfect bad guy in that he is, I mean, he's like the main good guy, but his previous he's the Guardian, right? So the original Guardian was Medivh, and Medivh became evil, corrupted, basically. Although in his case, corrupted not by the Void, but by Sargeras. So yeah, I feel like there's like a bit of there's like a parallel that they can draw there between Medivh and Khadga. I mean, I just feel like I don't think he's coming back as a good guy. I think he's gonna come. I think everyone's like he's coming back. Oh, he's back, and then he's actually bad. I don't know, man. I feel like he's the perfect character to make evil, but Illidan's coming back probably by midnight. The third expansion. That's Bagga, I believe. Clink, that's who you're thinking of.
There he is. Look at him. Beyond saving. That seems like poetic justice, but let's finish this.
All right, this guy's done. What does that leave? So we now have these two. they're super low priority because I could see myself playing Warlock. I can't really see myself playing Rogue. If I'm being real. Bro, what the fuck am I reading, Saul? My guess is not like bugged in some form and lets me like go. I guess I'll look and see if it's bugged in some form, but I don't think it is. It looks like it didn't give us the quest, so I assume it didn't work. I did it in 3 hours, spending like a little under 3 hours, swinging dungeons. Like, we definitely get one more done today. Even if I go slowly on this character with no gear and no actual idea what I'm doing on it. With no keybinds or anything. I'm sure it gets done.
Let me show you how it's done.
Do I have bars for Affliction? No. Kinda. These are apparently my Mythic Plus talents, so I want to do Professions next, but I'm not sure after these two characters I'm doing Professions. Fuck is Shadowbolt from then? I don't see Shadowbolt. Is someone replacing Shadowbolt in my build? That's a choice node? I want to play Shadowbolt just because I
Open your eyes and see the people chanting, slowly falling apart. The silence causing an earthquake. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling higher, and I know I can be taller. Shadows
nah, my input's right though. So we put a pet with this build? This is kind of weird. How do we sacrifice? Wait, oh, it's there. There. We'll mess around for a bit. See if we can figure it out. What am I supposed to do for AoE? How do you AoE? Oh, wait. Can I ask Malefic with dots out? With basic dots out? Huh. I think I can just use Vile Taint and then immediately Malefic spam with all my soul shards. Might work. Do you have Dark Souls this build? No, still doing top down. I guess pretty trash. Similar to my other character though. My hunter maybe. I assume it's taking at 6, right? Let's have a look. Yeah, 25%. Isn't any higher than the 5th character that I got to level 60 or level 80.
So here we are. High Speaker Eirich. Or is it just Eirich now? He's fled from the Hall of Awakening into the Stone Vault. He's probably running like a frightened mouse. Oh, you sleepy, cowering, timorous beastie.
Next I'm looking for the light, for the light, for the light. I don't wanna wait for everything to change. Then it'll be too late to relive
Atomic earthing technology enhanced with magical ointment.
looking for the light.
Yeah, it's not 7 out of.
Looks like the main door's locked. Either one of these paths could lead us to an access console.
And then I'll probably do professions. Or just go back on beta, maybe. Doesn't seem terrible.
Machine speakers in the Stone Vault. Fanatically loyal, no doubt.
Intruders detected. Defense protocols activate.
Oh, this is like a group that's doing it super efficiently. We killed both bosses at the same time, man. That's crazy.
Look for another main path. If it's here, you might as well use it. Unless you're gonna walk. That seems like poetic justice, but let's finish this.
Mind crystalline, infinite, void, perfection, vision. I am human.
On the edge about to fall. Don't know if you like to see me out, baby, while I'm struggling to breathe on my own. I won't turn my back on you, 'cause your love's the only one I know. And just one more chance is all I need. I'll lift you up and set you free. I will take you right there. Every time you look into my eyes, I know I'm yours. All you want is to see me down and begging on the floor. Don't stop moving 'cause I like the way you choose me just right. I never backing down, never knowing when to stop. I won't turn my back on you, 'cause your love's the only one I know. Just one more chance is all I need. I'll lift you up and set you free.
No. That camera angle is tragic, man. I have no idea what's best at Hellcore and Owen.
Don't know if I'm really gonna make it, but I tried. I don't know if you really feel like I do. Losing my objective slowly out of sight. Just tell me how to make it right for you. Oh, I won't turn my back on you.
This guy's trinket as well as damage. So I don't actually know how I haven't got key mines or anything for Affliction. I'm leveling a build I don't actually have any idea how to play at all.
Once, my people thrived under the
The last two characters I have left on this account, I have not played on beta at all.
Queen Neferis
So I don't know what to expect of it.
reclaimed that glory, but no more. And the Black Blood will usher in a new age for Ashkahet.
Yeah, it seems like that stuff dies so fast though. This guy's just killing the minimum, which I think probably makes sense, but
Elena, they have stopped the production of our weapons.
No man could hope for a peace in these dusty wastelands. As they stood
No.
certain destruction. They knew that the only way out is forward.
Halt! I see.
Time will prevail
They seek to ambush
as
me without my
time
lieutenant. Halt!
waits
I see.
for
They seek to ambush me without my lieutenant. Ours is the true path to the Arathi. I finished them off, Lieutenant.
Forced him to turn against Hamilton. You won't peel off anymore. You must defeat Dale Prime.
Are they still strikes, lackeys? Guard! Guard!
Yeah, multiple stacks of.
The true faithful will arise, and the Arathi will be mighty. Demonstrate your worth.
no redemption. Are you really running fast enough?
I suppose she says my fella.
Mordred has walked the priory from a place of contemplation to an uprising. Why? She has always preached that the strength of the Emperor's will is determined by patience.
Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourself for the final sequence.
Veladar is the crucible. It burns away weakness. Its blinding light reveals the strength. We Arathi lack an army of the risen. The Arathi will defeat the Nerubians, conquer Khazar, and subjugate the world.
Fire was sacred flame by animating the dead. They are no better than the cultists.
This kind of feels like a little my druid, where I said no idea what I'm doing, but maybe it doesn't matter.
No Arathi leaves the Emperor's service. He remains dead.
Sucks like, you know, like good way to. We have to wait a long time to actually AoE. We still level really quickly just because we have all that bonus XP. What do we get now? Weather deals more damage? This is infinite duration because it's corruption. That doesn't even do anything. Let's go for that. These queues are really fast.
So here we are. High Speaker Irie. What's this? Is that Golem fused with something else? Titanic earthly technology enhanced with magical offerings. Looks like the main door is locked. Either one of these paths should lead us to an access console.
Getting more damn now. We're getting more comfortable with it.
Protection.
Getting some loot. Getting a lot of loot.
Look for a service tunnel nearby.
First level upgrade we've gotten so far, I think. Actually, technically second level upgrade.
Machine speakers in the stone vault. Fanatically loyal, no doubt.
Currently, our top damage is our Misuva. I don't know how I feel about that.
Intruders detected. Defense protocols activated. Countermeasures on.
Ignite.
I'm going
So much left unturned.
Look for another main card. If it's here, we might as well use it. Unless you've got a walk.
No, that guy's a Misuva, man. But yeah, you are right. That guy actually is a Misuva, though. He just does fucked up damn because he's level 70. Level 71.
There he is. Beyond saving. Let's see that boy.
So what was the what did you end up doing, Av? You got those epic weapons. Those are from the, you said like the main delves or something? Do you need a bunch of delves to get that? Are they like you can spam them? And how'd you do that? You just went through the delves until it gets to that point? I'll probably end up doing whatever's available at max pretty soon. Because I mean I only have 2 characters left to level. From the big world quests. Are those like a thing I can miss out on? At all? Well, not really. Are they weekly? So that's all good. I'll just do one every character that I care about. Is it this thing here? Radiant cash, weekly reward. Why is that, Clink? What could I have possibly done to deserve such vile language being used towards me? Answer your stinking question. What question did you ask me? Nope. What? What question did you ask? I literally don't see a question, man. I'm looking. I see nope, question mark. Well, I'm currently sick. I'm gonna try and do 12 hours. So another 4. But it sort of depends on how we feel. Whether we get what, we're getting worse. 100%. I feel it. I feel myself losing to whatever it is. But there's lots of stuff I want to do. Tonight I'll probably just do like, I'll just probably mess around. And try to resist the temptation to do a second fucking War Within early access to level those characters. It's actually tempting. Nah, I mean, I'm gonna try and stay for 12. I've been very, very lucky. I mean, always very lucky, but especially lucky the last couple of days. So I want to try and do 12 hours if I can. I can't double you out of this, right? You have to only with PV talent. Nice, Dev. Blizzard are probably like looking at that data and they're probably quite confused by it. People just leveling and then leveling more characters than leveling, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's got to be weird to them. I mean, I wonder if there's some logic to the idea that if you make leveling super easy, like, people are just not interested unless it's super easy. Once, I mean, I do campaigns first, but for me, with a 5 stack on my account, because I have the 5 stacks of XP bonus. Like between 3 and 4 hours to level each character. So I'm planning to do this character the entire way today as well, and I've got 1 character left on this account after that. But I have got more characters on my other account. Yeah, see, that's probably the most efficient way to do it to have, because you had to like use your OP, like your scaling basically in dungeons fully.
Queen Neferus refused to reclaim that glory, but no more. Ansarek and the Black Blood will usher in a new age for Ashkahet.
It's just so fast, man. I cannot believe how fast it is. It's crazy. Oh, you played this build for PvP. You just have shadow ball damage. Is there no Dark Soul anymore at all? Every character you level gives you more XP. What? The... I mean, leveling's just crazy fast. Oh, what are my thoughts on just the overall experience for it? I mean, I think it's really interesting. But, I mean, aside from that, the story's great. The pace of leveling, I'm not sure if this is the intended pace, but maybe they, you know, took information from like how people felt about leveling on Remix. Just like maybe they just tested pace, like, you know, they wanted to try out leveling pace and they decided that people liked a fast leveling experience. And to be fair, I feel like a lot of people are leveling a lot of characters that would normally not level that many characters. And maybe that just, they just figure that's like the new form of WoW engagement. Like people like that. It might just be what they intend. Maybe they expect it to be fast and they just want people to level a lot of characters and try things out.
do not like that it feels darker and colder as we go down. But there are more survivors. What is that? The lift is out. If we want to keep going, we will have to go down the Storm Rider. We have to take it down.
The expedition built the Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Beledar. But of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile. The gods sought to kill you, when Captain Dale Cry is protecting something. Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
So I have no AoE right now, do I? What am I gonna do? I have a little bit.
Her usefulness to the Empire has passed. Soon, the true faithful will arise, and the Arathi will be mighty. Demonstrate your will.
What have we here? Intruder.
Norway has walked the priory from a place of contemplation to an uprising. She has always preached of the strength of the Emperor's will.
Veladar is the crucible. It burns away weakness. Its blinding light reveals the strength. We Arath, an army of the risen. The Arathi will defeat the Nerubians, conquer Khazalgar, and subjugate the world.
No, such heresy. They defile the sacred flame by animating the dead. They are no better than the Kobis.
Foolish outsiders. Beladar's sacred flame will simply raise him back to duty. The sacred flame will cleanse your transgressions.
I should have access to the ultimate thing now, right?
By sacred flame, by blaze be purified. Brothers and sisters, hearken to the flame.
That's kind of fucked up. You grew me back.
The Empire will.
My XP is still ramping on this guy. So we're kind of coming towards a mill. I think it's 4 hours. Just under 4 hours at 800k. That was actually me. That was me. Technically. I don't mind though. So in Raid, you're supposed to play this type of build? Supposedly? I don't know how different it is. Basically... Wait, it's still Drain Soul. Wait, what? feel we kind of have to do this. Game full of bots or what? Doing BGs and get players kick 0.1 and attack of 20 people. I don't think you will find many people botting BGs. I've heard Comp Stomp's fucked in the bots. Well, if you're talking about Comp Stomp, then yes, I wouldn't be surprised. Comp Stomp is apparently the bots just have too much gear. I mean, I think it's sort of unlikely you're going to encounter too many bots. Again, like unless you're doing Comp Stomp, in which case the AA may just like always kick the same shit.
Looks like the main door is locked. Either one of these paths should lead us to an access console.
It's called Easy Frames I'm using for my health stuff. You know, supercharged leveling is intended. I've got different thoughts on it. First of all, I'm thinking, you know, I'm thinking that the issue with dungeons specifically, which is what people are using to do supercharged leveling right now, the issue with dungeons specifically is that when you start doing dungeons, you realize that there's nothing else that's worth doing other than dungeons, right? And in that sense, I feel like it is not intended. I don't think it's intended that level 70 characters can so effectively boost lower level characters or high level characters. So like basically level 70 is like a raid boss to these, you walk in and you use one type of every mob. I don't think that's intended, but the actual overall pacing of leveling may be intended to be very quick. Easy frames is my thing for that. So I could definitely see them intending for it to be fast, but I do not see a universe where the current way people using to dungeon level is intended. But there's an interesting, like, the reason why I think they might be, you know, somewhat intentional that it's just quick and they don't mind that is looking at what people did and like, looking at player tendency in the Mists of Pandaria remix. Maybe players just like fast leveling. They don't, you know, if there's virtually no barrier to entry when it comes to leveling, players will just spam it for fun, you know. So it's very possible that they watched how players interacted with that specific game mode and then went with much faster leveling. But I do think that there's lots of aspects of the current way of leveling that seem kind of broken, and I figure they'll probably fix, but maybe they'll just keep leveling fast in other ways. I think that there's also a possibility, you know, there's an outside possibility that there's no intention for this to be this fast, and they expected leveling to kind of go from 8 hours down to 6 or so, instead of 8 hours down to 2 or 1. And the reason why they aren't looking at changing it, I think, maybe, is how that affects the World First Race. Because the World First Race has this really interesting component this year. They have a heroic week. What that means is they will do as many splits as humanly possible, right? This is going to be the most disgusting number of splits we've ever seen. And it's very possible that because guilds have done so much with that, that they figured people, like if they nerf it now, then people will get screwed over in the splits, because suddenly, you know, 20 characters, it looks like people are going to have 20 characters, or like around 20 characters, and just go crazy. Like if some players, like, you know, Genji got 20 characters and then they nerfed it. Let's say all of Echo went 20 characters quickly, and, you know, let's say Liquid did not. It could affect the way the race works because of like how bad splits could be. And I think splits are going to be really bad this time. I think it's funny because they've already pre-planned to not have heroic splits again, but like I think players are going to realize why splits are bad when they realize just how bad they've gotten. Like what they're doing in this case is so bad. If it's 20, the experience for that first week is going to be really weird too. I feel like it was self-regulating before. I feel like the guilds themselves seem to kind of like stay away from having too many ults. But now they're going all out, and we're just an old city. Nearly 75. This character's a lot less painful to level than I thought it would be. I was like, when I got to these two characters, I was like, I'm not going to enjoy these, am I? And then seems fine. Doesn't seem bad at all. I mean, I don't know. I think fast leveling could be a big boon for like just how players want to interact with leveling nowadays. I'm seeing a lot of people that are leveling characters they would normally not level characters, like beyond a couple, right? And that could be really good for engagement. Like people are more likely to stick around because you are building that. Like it's different, right? It's like the 2024 way of building investment in your characters is more building an investment in your warband. And that could be part of the experiment that they are interested in. Learn from Sod. Oh, I didn't think about that. You're talking about phase 1. Is that what you're talking about, Ev? You're saying in phase 1 everyone ulted like crazy? That was not what I was thinking about at all. Well, later on people didn't ult, right? But like phase 1 people ulted like crazy. Well, I think in this case, if you make leveling easy enough like they are right now, people will level, right? People actually will level when it's this fast. Like Sol, even Sol, like Sol is literally, just for reference here, and I'm not calling Sol out or anything, but he's kind of a typical, he's spent the last 6 hours, 10, 12, 14 hours, and he's level 74, right? He's on the first step of the campaign still. People like Sol, they don't make it past the campaign. But if Sol can miraculously make it through that campaign, he'll get into dungeons and he'll realize just how fast it can be. And again, I'm not, you know, that's just how it is, right? It's not even a call out. I mean, everything's like that though, Ev. That's the way this works. But yeah, it could actually be intentional. I see an angle where it's like one of those things where I don't think the dungeon leveling thing was intentional, but I think they intended for leveling to be faster, and they wanted to see how people would interact if they did make the expansion very much about ults rather than the typical MMO style of being committed to one character. Instead, they're like, okay, you've got a big bucket of characters and you like all of them type thing. And I think that aspect, if that is what they're trying to test, is working so far. You know, day 2, but you're seeing people level characters, people getting 5 characters done. They're like, okay, let's do 6. And getting 6 characters done. Okay, let's do 7. You know, that type of thing. Like that's different. I can say from my own point of view, that is a different way that I've never interacted with a game that way. I've never thought about doing 7 characters in 2 days. Well, it's because it is an MMO principle that they're afraid to stray from. Keep in mind, I honestly think they would have done it years and years and years and years ago. Angry. I think the reason they didn't, Classic and Classic WoW and the lessons you learn from Classic WoW. And I actually think, like Av said, it could actually be a big deal that Sod faulted with leveling. Because Sod phases are like mini expansions. They have the same kind of mental, like, way of like processing it. It's the same kind of thing. And we saw that, you know, players that typically love leveling in the normal version of Sod being very reluctant to level between these very small phases, like, you know, much smaller phases. So they got tons of data from that, presumably, for what we're seeing here. For Assad, it was. I feel like a lot of people felt, well, no, in Assad. So here's the thing: while everyone on retail was saying one thing, player behavior in Classic was, we love leveling, we love it taking a long time, we love it being difficult, and they saw growth, like new players going to vanilla and leveling for the first time. Like a lot of players switching across, like the growth during hardcore, the growth during the original like classic phase, you know, the original classic, that type of thing. Like players wanted to level in those scenarios, and I think they figured out how to isolate it by having SOD release in stages, much like a WoW expansion, and you can kind of start to see that reluctance come through in a community that typically loves to level. And then it became obvious that like maybe that situation, the whole like idea that leveling should, you know, that characters should be hard to level and all that kind of thing, was just not the way things are. You know, you can just level as Resto, you know, so right? You don't have to level as Feral, right? Resto damage is why Resto is good right now. The Mythic Plus and stuff. Like Aaron leveled just fine as she was leveling as Ellie Shaman on a character in full leveling greens from boosted. She had no trouble at all. You think you'd have more fun just leveling as Resto? Just spamming Wrath and stuff? Well, I mean, you can just level after the first character and you're done the campaign, just level in dungeons. Like Av said, it's like 3 levels of level. Like if you just do the campaign, so the way you can tell the campaign is a specific icon above the quests. You just do all the important quests and then skip everything else. I think they show up on your map too, maybe? But you just skip every other quest. And then once you're done with that, it'll run you through the zones really quickly. But once you're done with that, Same size in your health bar and target frame. Easy frame just has that by default. You're referring to the things like middle of my screen? I think that's a default option on easy frames. Yeah, I'm not sure about how I'm gonna do that. I think for my eye level stuff, I'm just gonna mostly do heroics when they come out. Do you need to have a certain eye level to do heroics though? Yeah, I mean, I figure I'll do a whole bunch of heroics on a bunch of different characters, and I'm assuming I have, hoping I have, uh-oh, this guy does not have on a cap. Not that it matters that much. Oh, looks like you can transfer it. Huh. Oh, interesting. So you're just getting... That makes sense. Your already does it through a on a talent, yeah. Stacking up to 36% through 4 stacks at a time, I think it is. 12 stacks max. Each time I press Rampage, they get a reduction. Mains are an interesting question. I don't fully know yet. I'm hoping Death Knight. I would be okay with like Shaman, Moria, anything. Could be a Feral angle. Probably not though. I've got to be honest on that one. That's very unlikely to be a Feral angle. Man, was very fun. I enjoyed Hunter and Ellie a lot on beta. All secondary stats struggle to scale very well. At this point, it's like a change in the way that the game works. You couldn't DR any stats at max level, even if you stacked it. Ellie utility is just crazy. I feel like I'm a lot better at Ellie than I was, you know, last expansion. Ellie still doesn't cast, yeah. I mean, it can cast more, and it's a little bit more incentivized to do so, but yeah, it doesn't cast much. It's great. How are we doing today, Kojak? What have you been leveling, buddy? Have you started yet? Is that a priest? Nice. So you're in the. Is this your first? Still, you're working on campaign and stuff. Yeah, I got a good feel. Like one of the reasons why I've leveled so many different classes this time is because I got to play. 7 different specs, 7 different classes on TR, I think, and. I got to play them a decent amount, right? What do I have? Oh wait, don't count Feral. Okay, so like 6 different like classes on TR. I got a good feel for them. We don't count Feral though as one of those. Yeah, that's a nice way of doing it, Kojak. I mean, there's literally no rush, right? You have all this extra time to work with. You got 2 weeks. I think the way that people like, I'm like partially a tiny bit concerned that by the end of the 2 weeks, the players will be quite upset that it's, you know, not out yet, but we'll see, I guess.
The expedition built the factory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Belladar. But of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile. The god sought to kill you. Captain Dale cries protecting something. Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
Chainmail, your training grounds fall to the intruders!
Well, that's what people are doing right now. Yeah. I mean, I think that's what I want to do at least. This is my 7th character. Oh, if you have a big group of people doing this, and you have a level 70 boosting you, you can get 10-minute levels the whole way up. So this character is doing 859,000 XP after 2 hours. I had my Death Knight doing 1.4 million at this point because we had multiple people doing the There's a very large difference in what you can do. I'm just dungeon spamming right now. For the campaign, you could definitely use rest XP for that, but that's paid. But dungeons are very quick outside of the first playthrough.
Dale,
Are these steel strikes, lackeys? Guards! Guards!
What are you waiting for? 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 What are you waiting for?
They belong to that old fool's sister Blade. Destroy these outsiders! Her duty to the Empire has passed. Soon, the true faithful will arise, and the Arathi will be mighty.
Cracking the code, taking your aim, taking the goal. It's so far away. So fire and load, it's never too late.
Mid LRS for Death Knight. He is a little bit for sure. So if you're up to the part that I think you are.
By fire, I am here. My
LRS for DK is probably Darkine, but I could also see Draenei. I could maybe see Human.
always preached of the strength of the Emperor's will. But to turn
Beledar is the crucible. It burns away weakness. Its blinding light reveals the strength we Arathi lacked. With an army of the Risen, the Arathi will defeat the Nerubians, conquer Khazar-Dûr, and subjugate the world!
Is it good for AoE though? Hey, Funky. Runeforge, if you're playing with the 2 mana, I think it's usually Full on Crusader. If you're playing with one hand, obviously it's like Razor Ice and Full on Crusader. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm having trouble leveling by any means. Feels pretty straightforward to level through. That's an interesting question, man. No, but thanks for asking. Yeah, it's nice of him, man. It's good that people check in. I think it could be. I mean, it's very possible it's nerfed in PvE if it's nerfed in 1. But yeah, it's not super good in PvP. Also, I think there's a dependence on casting that's totally fine in PvE. You can ramp just fine in PvE, but in PvP, getting like 3 or 4 consecutive casts off in a row can be kind of difficult when you're being trained, especially when they're long casts too.
The lift is out. What is that? What did Gorin bring here? We have to take it down.
Yeah, if they put mobs in that kicked in PvE, or if they put mobs in that like Novid melee in PvE, and like double blinked, ported, gated. But yeah, Demo's a spec that gets hit pretty hard by interrupts. And the need to like kite. Still making decent progress. Next year house going up, actually. Right, so every level 70 character in a dungeon is completely broken. the way it works is the damage is actually like, so to them, they are doing, if you look at a level 70's damage meters, they aren't doing much damage. As you level up, your damage goes higher. But the mobs are scaled down. So like if you look at a level 70, let's say you're level 79, right? And you're watching a level 70 do damage, it will show them doing just like 1 million, 2 million DPS really easily. And it's because their damage is scaled based on the mob's health. So like mobs have less HP for level 70s. So level 70 hits the mob for, let's say 30k. But the mob only has 250k health to the level 70. And then to the level 80, he'd keep doing that same damage, right? But the mobs would have 4 times the HP. That's why you get weaker as time goes on. So it scales up. I don't think it's the green gear, is it? I don't have Demo set at all, man. It's probably not. Nothing about it set up for me. Yeah, level is the main thing. Level 70, any level 70 is completely broken. Like you can walk in and solo the dungeon at level 70. Any dungeon, nothing can hurt you. Well, that's what they're doing in the World First race right now, right? In the World First race, the guilds are just literally they're getting level 70s to power them. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay. Their damage is the same thing. Their damage is scaled way down. Health damage are both nerfed, which makes level 70s OP.
So here we are. High Speaker Irish. Or is it just Irish now? He's fled from the Hall of Awakening into the Stone Vault. He's probably running like a frightened mouse. Oh, you sleepy, cowering, timorous beastie.
I don't stop trying to see your eyes.
How many have I run up so far? I have run up. This is my 7th we're working on right now.
What's this? Is that Golem fused with something else? Titanic earthing technology enhanced with magical options. Brilliant.
Inactivating defense protocols. Seismic protocol activated. Offensive measures engaged. Dominating trigger identified. Offensive measures seismic protocol. All systems shutting down.
Machine speakers. In the stone vault. Fanatically loyal, no doubt.
Intruders detected. Defense protocols activated. Countermeasures on!
Ignite!
Build it up!
Ignite!
I'm going to need some personal time.
So much left unfilled.
Look for another minecart. If it's here, we might as well use it, unless you'd rather walk. There he is. Look at him. Beyond sight. This seems like poetic justice, but let's finish this.
So it looks like our tank got a little bit too bold though, perhaps. Oh, you just started playing without it downloaded? That's kind of weird. Alright, I made some progress. On the left side, it's called Omni CD. That tracks on teammates. Is that what you're talking about?
The expedition built the
Yeah, sure can.
place to contemplate the mysteries of Belladonna.
Would love to.
But of late, the devotees have become secretive, hostile. The god sought to kill you. Captain Dale Cry is protecting something. Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
It all got a little too much. It all got a little too hard to take. There's records broken while I'm falling to the
How do I have precog in this dungeon? Excuse me? Did I juke an NPC? Is it even allowed? What's a shadow volley? Oh. Okay. Just a proc.
Feel Ember's wrath! I show in glory!
Dalcry was a Arathi hero.
Are these still strikes, lackeys? God! God!
Get a level 70 death knight, don't we? No, we actually don't. There's level 74.
Soon, the true faithful will arise, and the Arathi will be mighty. Beledar is the crucible. It burns away weakness. Its blinding light reveals the strength. We Arathi are the risen. The Arathi will defeat the Nerubians, conquer Khazalgar, and subjugate the world.
I do not, Creo. I'm sorry, buddy. Is Seed of Corruption bad? Probably not. So here's the thing. Did I know I had Seed of Corruption? That's a good question. Let's have a search. Seed. See, we haven't added this to your action bars. Does that AoE corruption? It does. Looks like perhaps we've found a new button to press. Perhaps. Maybe not. Maybe I won't press the button. But I probably should, from what I've seen. Does it say on the cast? I feel like it sounds better on the big pulls, right? Just use both AoEs. Let's cast someone up. 0.7 seconds. Solely button ATO? I think it's worse than... No, I don't think it's ATO. I don't think it's bad. I would have put like Shaman and Druid in ATO, and I would have put Priest and Prez and S tier, and then I would probably put below like B plus tier H-Bell. Or B tier, I don't know. But they're clearly beneath those other 4 healers that I just mentioned. It is a very long cast. Can't argue with that. Dungeons seem fastest, yeah, for leveling at the moment. They seem very, very fast. This guy's spending damage at 80. think App's probably really fun in PvP. In PvE it seems kind of but they made some really nice changes for PvP. Death Run Dungeons? Enemy cast bar is classic cast bars. Expect him to. What do I expect him to then? So, oh, I just don't have a point in Shadow Fury in this build.
Going through the motions, killing time, waiting for a reason or a sign. Before I fall, I need to know, are you still holding on? Have you lost hope? 'Cause it's not fair to keep me close with broken promises. I need you to let me go.
So here we are. High Speaker Iron. Or is it just Iron? No. He's fled from the Hall of Awakening into the Stone Vault. He's probably running like a frightened mouse. What's this? Is that Gollum fused with something else? Titanic earth and technology enhanced with magical augments. Brilliant.
It all got a little too hard to take.
Activating defense protocol.
There's records broken while I'm falling to the ground again. Can't keep reliving
Seismic
my
protocol
mistakes.
activated. Offensive
I'm not perfect, nor did I claim to be, and I felt worthless. But I'm shaking off that feeling. I'm not perfect. Nobody here to see. We're all just trying to get
offensive measures needed. Forward systems
Looks like the main door's locked. Either one of these parts should lead us to an access console.
Are there any like big mods for like? So look at me. Let me see what Nightfall does. Oh, okay. Never mind. I see why. So only Nightfall's it had in PvP, and nothing else probably.
Oh God, I'm falling apart. Feels like I'm giving too much in bed. There's records broken, I'm just trying to move my feet again. Can't keep reliving my past pain. 'Cause I'm not perfect.
Raptures in general had had. Which guaranteed you get from this talent here, right? Which I don't have yet. Right? Wait, do I have it now? I thought it was the thing. Oh, is it just the hero power from thing? From this one? From Soul Harvester? I don't actually know. I know they were there, so app, but I'm not sure what they're for. So it's actually a very fun button. I don't know, literally has like mini bloodlust tied into it too.
Machine speakers in the stone vault. Fanatically loyal, no doubt.
So much left unsaid.
I'm going to need some personal
Look for another minecart. If it's here, we might as well use it, unless you'd rather walk.
Okay, level 78. Ooh. That seems good, actually. The corruption does damage faster one. And Haunt gives Nightfall guaranteed. It's kind of crazy too. I just didn't like this talent here in between. Like Feldom cooldown. Honestly, I think I'm trolling by not going this direction right now. Because of how good that is. Anarchy Haunts? I didn't know Haunt had had. I thought it was the Shadow Bolts and Raptures that had. Shadow Flame locked, man. What? The fact that Haunt always gives you a thing is pretty fucking nice. A big shadow out.
Shame them. Your training grounds fall to the intruders.
Arathi still strikes lackeys. Guards! Guards! They belong to that old soul's sister Blaze. Destroy these outsiders! Her usefulness to the Empire has passed. Soon, the true faithful will arise, and the Arathi will be mighty. Take this, Baron, demonstrate your worth.
By fire, I am healed. Shielded by flame's light.
Morprey has warped the Priory from a place of contemplation to an uprising. Why? She has always preached of the strength of the Emperor's will. But to tell...
I got way too many thoughts in my brain. I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you change. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down the flames. But if I'm honest, I get my feels when I'm punching. So you feel it too, I want you. Hold on till I'm lost in the fun. But if I'm honest, I get my feels when I'm punching. can't seem to slow down. I don't know if I want to.
The Empire will see you burn.
How does this end? Collecting of my thoughts, ready to pretend.
Let's put on levels.
Get back to thinking straight again.
100 levels.
But I can't see an out. And I don't mean to put all my doubt on you. And I know you're struggling too. Can you carry the weight? Can you carry the weight? Can you carry the weight of my world?
There's a green stuff or something. There's definitely pretty big upgrades out there for a weapon. Over a 467. How many 80s? This is my. We're working on our 7th right now. So we got 6 right now. We did 4 yesterday. We're doing. What's our 3rd we're working on today? We probably have enough time to get this 3rd one done. But weirdly enough, I mean, this isn't even a lot. I imagine people have a lot more than this. You can be a lot more efficient too if you actually like take time to get full pre-mades and have level 70s. Like a level 70 will just literally carry. So if you actually do this and you always have a level 70, just like sitting there farming for you, they will literally solo the entire dungeon in 1 second. I don't think people actually level to go fast. You can, and the difference, it's pretty drastic. Like if you've got a level 70 doing it, it probably makes the dungeons the dungeons are already 3 times questing, and if you have a level 70 every single dungeon, it's probably 3 times that again. You probably go from, you know, we're doing 841 an hour right now, right? Which is fine. That's in line with what I was doing with my other characters, especially on a character like this one. But being the carry DPS and having like a level 70 in your group is like 1.4, 1.5 mil. The thing with level 70s is they don't even have to, like, they're not even threatened by anything. They can't die to anything. They're immune. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about items. And I don't think some of that stuff is intentional. Fun for HP, it's called easy frames. Nightfall, getting a Haunt off when you already have a Nightfall proc is so fucking amazing. 2 stacks of Nightfall and it hits hard is a really good change. I mean, I don't personally have any complaint with dungeons. My only complaint with dungeons is that I don't think doing questing is a viable alternative. Only complaints I have. What I mean by that is if you do anything other than dungeons, you are trolling. Basically, it's like you're going much slower, like much slower. And for that reason, I am not a huge fan of how it's playing out. I think having the having variety be close sounds better to me. Like I think leveling should be fast though. I think fast leveling is probably just a superior way to do things. The attack seemed like it wasn't many buttons. From a fun perspective, I think they're very like the dungeons feel fun as is. No problem with fun. I mean, obviously anything you do a lot of, if you like do like many sets of it, it's gonna lose some of its sheen, right? Just naturally. But I think the dungeons are fine. I don't think there's a need to make them more fun in that sense. Favorite? Probably the Scarlet one, whatever it is, the Aerithyll one. That one's the most intriguing and least obvious. Like I just don't know what the fuck it's about. Also by far is the best music, I think. Oh, that's it? They just throw them out? They don't give you any advantage in terms of how you fly? That's weird. No, that's how you're supposed to do this fight. Huh. I just accidentally did it properly. You're supposed to move into a puddle so it can't suck you into the thing to blow you up. Fortunately, then you have to CC the thing off of you. But that's how the fight works. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that's more spell power without an offense, so we definitely use that. Nearly 79. Probably enough time to get my rogue to like 72 or 73, but then I'm not sure what I'm doing at max level. Like, I don't know what content I want to do. I see people doing BGs and stuff, but is it just to mess around? There's no pressing need to do it, right? Just get honor and that's it. Yeah, I don't mind that. I have a LA 70 that I'm working on next, but I'm only doing like an hour and 15 minutes. I'm gonna try and do 12 hours today, if we can. I suspect I'll be much more sick tonight though, so tonight's stream might be short. Because it's just starting. No, no, wait. That's kind of perfect. Do you know how it works? From what I understand, oh, you mean how you get it? The PvP gems require a ton of honor to get the base gem. I know that much. Like a lot of honor. Like maybe it was like 10,000 per gem or something. It's some crazy amount. It was like 5 or 10,000. Ryan was saying he thought that it was really good. A really good way to farm gold was just spamming BGs. So if honor cap gets lifted on Monday, that might be the play, honestly, because BG's a better honor than arena by a lot. And every single carry needs to have a PvP gem, right? Apparently even PvEs are thinking of using that gem, like using those gems, because they're just a cheap way to get the stat gem. There's 2 different tracks to get your. It's the same number of stats. It's not like I mean, it's just like it's like the best gem you can get, I guess. All right, we survived. It's called Luxthos. It's actually a weak aura. It is, I think it's this, if you'd like it. But yeah, it's just a weak aura. I've been using this. This weak aura is from like literally Legion, I think. And it's still the best. It's crazy how much better it is than your base experience bar. It just gives you all the information you need, right? Like it gives you like your XP per hour. It gives you like how much you got from quest completions. Tells you like, yeah, I mean, it doesn't need to be improved at all. But yeah, he actually updated it. Hold on. I wonder what he changed about it. Like, it seemed perfect for me. There's not anything exchanged about it. Same look at it, the same like way it's looked for forever, basically. The survivors are there to rescue. I haven't seen us. Everyone down here is evil. Oh, has there been a single person you rescue in this place? I feel like every single person is evil. Valiant is going to with us. Kind of popped off there, actually. Damage wise? Does it really have a skip? I think this dungeon. Oh wait, there's a second flight person over here. Wait, no. Oh, we already were in the right place. It flew us to the lower floor, which... And this is the top floor. Huh. Not good. It was already at the lower floor over here, which is mostly helpful. The feather wasn't... The feather... There were no feathers there, or I would have done it. There were, in that specific scenario, there were no feathers. They didn't respawn. They just haven't tested it like that. Kill you or turn off? I turned it off. I didn't trust. What? Put me at 1 HP, man. I'm not sure if it kills you, and I'm not sure if I want to find out. So I guess now Nightfall always pops off. Is that how it works? Huh. Nightfall seems to always perk my hero power. Did I despawn for that reason? $85 level upgrade. Both those useless in PvP. I guess the Succulent Soul is pretty better. I haven't looked to see where's the auction house at. I guess I can just auction house a random offhand. Gosh. Okay. It's actually a pretty distinctive building. Offhand. Not that expensive, please. The 558 is pretty fine. Up stat. Price 80. Hang on. One's 400G. This is 2,000 Marint. Mr. Level 70 Priest is doing fucked up levels of dam.
Door's locked. Either one of these paths should lead us to an access console.
So basically, when you have a level 70 in your group, they're just literal gods. They can't be touched. Well, doing the most fucked up like they just destroy everything. $1.39 mil. I will say though, it's really this rotation action is pretty fun. Yeah, level 70s literally are how people are leveling right now. So like Liquid and Echo are power leveling, or like they're power leveling 20 characters a day, basically. They're able to do that for each individual person. And the way they're doing it is by having level 70s with XP turned off. They just walk in and they can't level up. And they also, like, literally nothing can touch them in the instance while they do the most fucked up damage. So they just get carried by 70s the whole time. Because you get so much weaker by the time you get to level, like, towards level 80. You can't stop leveling at 70? I thought you could stop it. Do they have to keep cycling through level 70s over and over again? Can you only... I thought you just talked to a person that would stop your XP at any time in a capital city. Is that wrong? Yeah, no, it's expensive. They that's what I've been saying that a bit. Like, it feels way more classic WoW like, right? Compared to, like, I didn't expect, like, you know, that was their big sell. Their big selling point at BlizzCon last year was the idea that, you know, come back to WoW. And it was like they had Metzen back, and I was curious if it would actually feel like Metzen was back, and it actually does, believe it or not. I'm surprised by it. I didn't think it would feel that different, but it does. The question, I suppose, is, like, you know, to people that played WoW before, it feels more like WoW, so maybe there'll be more attention in that sense, especially the long time players that maybe aren't interested in the end game anymore, but would be interested in the story. There's got to be a bunch of them, but also I'd be curious if there's any new players that show up and are intrigued by it. A lot of my stuff's on hidden bars. I did have normal characters. I usually show 2 or in the middle bar, and that's it. All right, well, the overall dam for this dungeon is interesting. Our priest just fucking carried us. I mean, Dragonflight lore wasn't bad, but it didn't have any substance to it. Didn't feel like you had any like all the characters were new. The interesting thing about this expansion is how they played off of. It's interesting. It's 2 female leads this time as well, which shouldn't matter, but they're both the same. I think they're like 2 halves, two parts of the same half. I think like 2 parts. There are 2 different halves of the same person. It feels like to me. Yeah, exactly. They're both badass, but also like Ilaria, I think there's like a contrast between the 2 because like I think Xal'atath is going to be made out to be, personally anyway, is going to be made out to be like Ilaria with that same choice forever ago, and then Ilaria is like her, but she hasn't made that choice yet. So she's like, it might even be one of those like inevitable. I wonder if it will be. I wonder if it's like she's Arthas type thing, where it's like inevitable that he'd get corrupted type thing when you played through Warcraft 3. I wonder if it's the same kind of thing with her, like she's guaranteed to lose type eventually. And Ilaria and Xal'atath is just kind of her in the future. Not in the future, but like, you know, she's a void corrupted elf. It's pretty on the nose, I guess. But that's not the direction I thought we'd go with that at all, man. That's about enough internet for today. It doesn't make sense. It's AoE, isn't it? If any target dies? Or is it off of your target now? Oh, okay. But I'm assuming you can still miss, right? Like, even if you use it on the person, if they move out? Or can it never miss? It always hits, even if they're like running, strafing left and right. Oh, okay. So it's a guaranteed hit. I did 4 yesterday and 3 today. But to be fair, I did 4 in 24 hours and I did 3 in 11 and a bit. This account only has 1 character left that I can level. And I just don't know if there's like, I guess I can do BGs tonight, maybe. Just make sure every character's capped. But I feel like, did they reset honor and everything? Is that what happened? I guess if they reset honor and everything, then farming 4K could be fine.
Refused to reclaim that glory, but no more. Ansarek and the Black Blood will usher in a new age for Azj-Kahet.
You think honor gets reset? And that's wild. Is it getting reset again? No, I see. I'm just curious. Is it getting reset again or is it done being reset? So already reset once. So what you're saying is I should farm 4K honor on all my characters. I hear you. Not that 4K is a crazy amount to have to farm. So I level my last character, cap all my characters in PvP tonight, and then go from there. I mean, there's a possibility it's, yeah. It would be unnecessary, but I guess it's possible that they, I don't know. I can't explain it.
The expedition built the Priory as a place to
Well, it's early access. You gotta keep in mind that the majority of the game is gonna show up and have to level and do all the stuff you've already done. Honestly, gearing, I don't know how many of these characters will actually bother gearing. Probably not nearly many of them. You got to keep in mind, by the way, that even if they don't reset it, the people that didn't buy have literally what we did in 3 days. They have the only thing that would be tragic for people that didn't pre-buy is it would be tragic if they nerfed leveling, right? If they nerfed leveling and you had to do the leveling plus the honor, you still have 2 weeks to do it though. It's still a lot of time. Like, I actually think I probably will want to get all my characters. Because why not, right? I mean, it wouldn't be scum as much as like they're just trying to create the best experience from their POV. And I could see a world where they feel like I can see justification for why dungeon leveling is not the best experience for everyone. I wouldn't be surprised if they hit it with the same kind of thing that they did in SOD. In SOD, what they did was they buffed questing and they nerfed. It was still an overall nerf to leveling. They did that. They did it fast. They did react faster though. They did it in the first like day, I think. Right. They should buff dungeon. Well, they should do both. Okay. Here's the most likely thing I see them doing. Okay. Most likely thing is they nerf level 70s boosting max level characters. So basically make level 70s weaker. And I think what they'll do is they'll make it so level 70s are weaker in dungeons. They won't nerf the XP in it that you get per dungeon, but they'll nerf the ability for level 70s to carry. Too bad. And then they'll buff XP outside of dungeons to make them compatible, make them comparable. I think I have enough time to get my rogue started as well. What specs do you mean by that?
We Arathi lacked with an army of the risen. The Arathi will defeat the Nerubians, conquer Kazalgar, and subjugate the world.
No, such heresy.
We got a lot of stuff at the moment. So I've leveled 6 different classes so far, I think. 1 duplicate, just 1 DK duplicate at the moment. Well, this is my 7th character. Volpera Mage. I don't know about Volpera Mage at this point. I'm not even sure I wanted to play this guy. I honestly just figured I would do like I would level all the characters I could level, and then I'll do as many BGs as I can tonight. You don't need to. There's no pace to pick up. You're not behind at all. He's gonna kill it before it can do anything. Almost. That's wild, man. Priest, like having a carry very OP. Oh, that's a nice 2-handed too. Oh, Ken got level 80 from that too. And it meant the item was max level right away. That's actually kind of crazy. That actually capped the item for you as well, Ken. Yeah, it's a sick drop actually. All right. What next? So we got, you can see my level 80s here. We have a little army of them. The Warband, the original. This was our first character. He leveled normally. And you can tell by the helmet. We've got... Nah, it's the warrior. So I've got an account, a different account that's got warrior, shaman, and it's got 4 characters total, but I don't think I'm gonna level 4 of them. It's got warrior and shaman on it that I do want to level, and then I've got a second red on it and a second DH, but I don't see a reason to duplicate those 2 classes. I don't think reds are good enough to bother duping, and I don't think DHs are good enough to bother duping. So I'll have 1 dupe total, I think. All right, so I need an Acerog build. Where is it? Talent builds? Raid single target Mythic Plus. Mythic Plus plays Deathstalker. Raid easy mode. Anyway, this is what it plays. It looks set up. Is this really what I have? I guess it is. Did they get any new buttons? This looks really similar. Did they do they didn't do a rework, did they? So we got this. Got that. I don't know. It looks really similar to what we already had. I think we can just probably get started right away. We'll check my bags in a second. We'll go. I don't actually see anything they've changed. I assume it's just Cleave. I've done the campaign. I loved it, Selvin. I thought it was incredible. I don't think there's a reason to do it more than once, but I think they did a really good job with it regardless. Do dungeons now. That you're in a great position. Just look how fast you level in dungeons. Just start queuing random dungeons over and over again until you finish leveling. I'm on Alliance now. I just finished all my whole characters on this account. Your human or orc for DK? Human or orc? I don't think human's that crazy for DK right now. It's about 670 stats or so secondary. And the on-use effect on orc is 5,000 attack power, which is obviously a lot better than that. So if it's between those two, I would do orc. And I think orc is a safe pick. I think rogues are going to be popular now that we've seen more. So orc is more than likely the direction one of my Death Knights goes. I think I'm probably going to have one Dark Iron and one orc in the end. Just seems safe. How many? 7 so far. We're going pretty quick. Shaman and Warrior are both on my other account. So I'm pretty certain I'm leveling 10, and I'm pretty certain I'm only playing of those 10 at least early, like 4 or 5, 6 maybe. So probably 4 of them get shelved immediately. My guess is it's going to be, my guess is probably Druid, but maybe not. Depends. It depends what Jimmy Cooks has to say. For LA, I'd say Dark Iron, yeah. I think it's a safe pick. I wouldn't say regular dwarf, because of the way the PvP modifier nerf works. So crits and PvP at 1.75, and the Dark Iron dwarf gets nerfed by that percent as well. Or the normal dwarf gets nerfed by that percent as well. I was having fast queues all night. It's the first not fast queue I've had, I think. Health bars? On enemies or on myself? Like my unit frame one you're looking at right now. This is called easy frames. The one you see on enemies when I'm fighting and stuff, that one's called Plato. Alright, how do I play Asarog? Any thoughts? No, I found a problem. I don't seem to have Mutilate bound. Do I have Shadowhounds? Wait, what do you have instead of Shadowhounds now? Shadowlands? What do I do instead? Hold on. What is this? What is rooted? Okay, hang on. Everyone relax. Yeah, I see part of the problem here. Oh no. I vended my only other weapon. Oh no, man. It's all gone to shit. Can they go my offhand? Oh god damn it, man. We're using level 60 deck. Greg, thank you for the 84-month resub, man. Wait, so how do I do things now? How do I cleave and all that good stuff? Garrote? Garrote is on my buzz? Garrote. Okay, got Garrote.
Your training grounds fall to the intruders! Tainer, the intruders defile the altar of the sacred flame!
We're running in circles again.
What have I shown up in, man? Meanwhile, so we have the same thing. We have indiscriminate carnage. Is there a way to proc this? We have no shadow dance anymore. How do we trigger that now? Or what the fuck? Is this big like hella clunky now? Does anyone? We need answers here. How do we get cleave going? Only on vanish and I guess on meld? Is that really how it works? That is tragic. So everyone should spam every bit of CC on a rogue when they come out of stealth every single time. Like it should literally the only priority is to screw over their opener. That is the only thing that's of any importance.
It's time to take back the throne.
Granted, we have no weapons, but
She has always preached of the strength of the Emperor's will, but to turn against us is madness.
Beledar is the crucible. It burns away
how do we pull this stuff? This group has actually like had the tank leave. From what I can see, he only moonfired a single time before doing so. I know, It's actually kind of fun and responsive, but fortunately I can solo this, I think. All right, let's try one more if we can, and then also I need to go to the auction house and get something. Why are these so expensive, man? 25k? Doesn't make sense. My current one has 3 DPS. Oh my god. I did that dungeon with 3 DPS weapons. Like literally 3 DPS. It's absurd. Damn, man. We're very sad that we've ended those. It's a big scam. Yeah, I know. I don't know what's going on with the prices on the auction house. I guess no one's making that stuff. But the reality is, without it, I'm using literal, like, level, like, they're item level 60 weapons. They're unusable, right?